All right, before we get going, just want to confirm we have Trustee Woodley on the line.
Yes, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, it's on this side this time. There we go. There it is. All right, so it is 2:04 p.m. on this Tuesday, May 13th, 2025, and I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And Clerk Woodley, are you going to be doing roll call today?
I think, Madam Chair, I will be.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. I'll give Clerk Woodley a break. Good morning, or good afternoon, rather. Trustee Christine Hull.
Present.
Vice President Adam Mayberry. Here? Okay. Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix.
Present.
President Beth Smith.
Here.
Trustee Colleen Westlake. Here. Clerk Alex Woodley.
Here.
And Student Representative Annie Batavia. Here. Okay, we're all here, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Thank you so much. All right. So that closes item 1.02, and we'll go on now to item 1.03. We are very lucky as a school district to have so many community partners and people that lift up the work of our district. And there is one person who represents a lot of those philanthropic endeavors that we do, and that is Sarah Gobshill, the Education Alliance of Washoe County. She is the executive director. And I was wondering, Ms. Gobshill, if you would please do us the honor of leading us in the pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. All right, that closes item 1.03 and brings us now to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Nukmu, Northern Paiute, Nihui, Western Shoshone, and Nukwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. That closes item 1.04. And does anyone else hear that feedback? Is that just me? The echo? No?
I'm hearing it, but I thought it was because I was closer.
I know. It's funny. I could hear it, but maybe not anybody else. Okay. So that closes item 1.04 in section 1 in its entirety, and we'll move on now to section 2, our consent agenda items. Today we are looking at items 2.02 to 2.22. I know of no requests to pull items from any trustees. I'm looking around. I see no lights on. JJ, do we have any public comment for item 2.02 to 2.22?
I have no comments for these items.
All right. So I will look for a motion for an approval of consent agenda items 2.02 to 2.22.
Okay. I'll make the motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.22.
Second, Diane Nicolette.
She is very quick.
You're way quicker than me.
All right, so we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix, seconded by motion by Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. And so one of these items was particularly important, and it relates to consent agenda item 2.19. You may have noticed that NV Energy Foundation has made an incredibly generous donation that we just accepted as a board in the amount of $25,000 to work on middle school engagement. And so this is a very significant gift. Remember how I just said a moment ago that there are so many partners that help us do this work? Well, the NV Energy Foundation is one of them, and they have just done something that is truly fantastic and that we're grateful for. We know that chronic absenteeism has been a target for us and so many of our organizations because you cannot learn if you are not in school. And so we are incredibly grateful to the following people who will shortly be coming up to take a photo with us. I mentioned her before, Sarah Gobbs-Hill. She is the Executive Director of the Education Alliance of Washoe County. We are also joined by Ryan Bellows, the Nevada Energy Vice President of Government and External Relations, Lisa Harris, the NV Energy Community Relations Lead, Lindsay Kaiser, the NV Energy Senior Foundation Administrator, and Madison Harlan, the NV Energy Senior Community Relations Specialist. Can we please give a round of applause for this amazing community organization? On behalf of our board, we thank you, and we look forward to now taking a celebratory photo with you. All right, as our guests head out there, team, so that closes section 2 in its entirety. So for those of you following along, you might think I'm going to open section 3, but I am not. We're going to pause on section 3 for a hot moment and jump ahead and actually open section 4. And these are our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. Because we have 2 things that we are going to do first that are very, very important. And I think it's also incredibly important because it will orient the important work we will be doing when we go back to section 3. And that starts with items 4.01 and then 4.02. So we're going to go ahead and open first 401, and that is the presentation of a proclamation honoring May 2025 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. We have with us today our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Michelle Anderson, and we have some incredible people with us. We have Charlie Bloomfield, our various Reed High School students, Charlie Bloomfield, Kiana Yandel, Emmeline Paua, sort of right? Somewhere around there. When you come up, I would love to hear the proper pronunciation of your name so that I may learn it and then say it correctly. And then also Matt Pagney, the Dean from Reed as well. Take it away, Chief Anderson.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. As you mentioned, I'm Michelle Anderson, and I serve as the Chief Communications Community Engagement Officer. It's a privilege to be here today for this item in celebration of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. I'm a proud American, and what many people don't know is I'm equally proud of my Vietnamese heritage. Both are important parts of who I am. I'm also proud to be one of more than 250 staff members in our district who identify as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander. As you know, across our district, we have more than 60,000 students, and each and every one of them have a diverse background and culture and bring a unique perspective to our district, our schools, and our community. We have more than 3,300 students and families who identify as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. And what I learned when I was researching is Reed High School has our largest number. So I'd now like to turn it over to Matt at Reed High School to show how they are celebrating and representing Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Thank you so much, and welcome, Matt.
Thank you. She basically just took my speech, so I appreciate you for that. President Smith, thank you for allowing us to be here today. Trustees, Superintendent Ernst, like what President Smith said, my name is Matt Pawnee. I am the Dean of Students at Reed High School. I have with me 3 amazing young adults. We are the largest comprehensive high school in the district in terms of API population, but more importantly, we have 3 amazing kids who not are amazing students, but they are great people who I've come to know very well. And I would like to pass it over to them as they share a little bit about their culture and what it means to them as students at Reed High School.
Thank you. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you for being with us today. It means so much.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Salofa, olo ingoa Charlie Yone Bloomfield, fa'afitai ma vi'ia le ali'i, mo le nei avanoa fa'apitoa. Hi guys, my name is Charlie Bloomfield. I am a junior at Reed High School. And I just want to give you guys some insights about our culture. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I appreciate the invite. Thank you, Mr. Pani, for selecting us. And yeah, I just want to go over our culture and some of the pillars and foundation that we strongly believe in and that our culture is founded upon. And that's faith, family, and love. The culture that we have as a people isn't about us as individuals, but what we can do for other people. And that's rooted in a family atmosphere. Whether it be barbecuing or sport activities or even cleaning the house all day, there's always that family bond and connection that we have with each other, and in anything that we do. And we'll always make sure that others who aren't familiar with it, that we'll make sure that they feel that as well. The next pillar that our culture is heavily founded on, and my most important one, is our faith in Jesus Christ. As a people, it's always important that we find common ground in anything that we do. And as a culture, I think that we all can collectively agree that our faith in God is that common ground that brings us all together. Back home, you'll see that nothing is open on Sundays. Everything's closed. Places like restaurants and stores and even recreational activities are strict over there, because we use Sundays as a time for worshiping God, resting, and eating. Last thing I want to talk about is love. And the love that we tend to show is not in a way that most people depict it or that they can say is common. But it's rare for us to show it affectionately or even verbally. But we show love by welcoming and accepting everybody. Taking care of others who aren't of our own. Feeding them, clothing them, showing them hospitality and attention. And even enforcing discipline on them is the way that we show love. And we're always willing and fast to love on everyone who we interact with. Everyone in the Polynesian community knows what we stand for. And we always try to showcase our culture in everything that we do. But my hope is that we bring people in who may not have an idea of what we stand for or may not have an idea of how we live. And I just pray that we take them in and show them that way. And after experiencing us as a people, I just hope that they leave eager to showcase and spread those values and morals that we as Polynesians lay our foundation on. But thank you guys for your time, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Charlie. That was amazing. I love what you said. Welcoming everyone, showing hospitality. Thank you. Welcome.
Malolei, my name is Emeline. I've been a part of this club since like the very jump of this program. It's been really fun. Our first year we didn't perform, but these last 3 years we did, and it's been really just like opening to really represent our culture, especially around Reed High School. You get those pre-performance jitters when like right before you're about to perform, but once the music starts and once you start letting your body really feel the music and really get into the culture, and you start realizing how everybody's like, oh, y'all are finally realize what we do on the normal, and it feels really nice to finally like be seen, especially as polys. And I really opened school. It really just keeps giving you more motivation to keep repping who you are and where you base your roots from. And that could go for like any culture. I know we motivated a lot of clubs to really build their foundation based off of their culture and really like show out and have the confidence to represent their culture to everybody. So that's definitely going to be something I'm going to miss, is seeing the differences beyond our school. And yeah, I just want to say that assembly, we ate that up, period.
Well, okay, but before you go too far, we'll give you a round of applause, but I have a question for you. So, is it Emeline? Is that the proper way of pronouncing it?
Yeah, Emelina Belwa.
Emelina Belwa. So, how often do you perform?
We perform once every school year. We started my sophomore year, which was year 2022, I think. I'm not really sure, but I would like to say our top performance was last year. We really were able to sing at our very highest, even though some of us really can't sing. But all those practices, we practiced for months and months to show up and show out on that day, and just really give everybody a taste of what we see in our hearts.
Well, can I ask you a favor? Next time you perform, can you make sure that this board gets an invitation to come and watch? Because I think we'd really like to. Very good.
Of course.
I think I can speak for us when we say we would love to be invited to the next performance that you do.
Okay,
Thank you
cool.
so much.
Sounds good. Thank you. Salo Falava, my name is Kiana Yandel. I'm a senior at Reed. Thank you guys for having us here today. It means a lot to us. Today I'll be discussing the importance and effect that our club has brought to Reed and its community. So the thought of Polynesians today is very skewed. It's very stereotypical, like coconut bra and grass skirt, all that. And I think the club really brings a lot to get everyone familiar with who we actually are within our culture, what it actually means to us, like Charlie was saying, our values and everything that's important to us. A lot of our boys are recognized in sports, but it's really important for everyone as a whole to be recognized for our culture, what our dances mean, what our language means, how we show love, all of that. All of our performances and everything we've held at Reed High School has really brought a lot of appreciative curiosity to our club, very good questions, people coming in with insight, not really just, coming in ignorant with ignorant things to say. Personally, for me, all throughout until I went to Reed High School, I was the only Polynesian kid in any school that I went to, so it was kind of hard to find my place in, with everyone. I didn't have a lot of cousins, so being a part of this club and just really sensing a family community was really nice for me. And yeah, thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. I'll also say that you brought up something that I think is really important, and that is creating a curious and safe opportunity for people to learn about your culture and be able to appreciate it and love it through your eyes and your experience. And thank you for making sure that you're always welcoming others, because that's really how we learn and grow and teach. So that's wonderful. I'm very, very happy to hear it.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. So back to you for the proclamation.
All right, and so I think for this proclamation, we have on deck our Vice President, Adam Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm honored to read this proclamation. It's short, 6 paragraphs, but we're proud of Reed High and all our students there. Mr. Pani, thank you for taking the time out. And Reed High School happens to be right smack in the middle of the district that I represent, along with Trustee Westlake's district. We're very proud of you to have as our students, and we love you as well. So thank you for saying that word. So I'll read the proclamation really quick. Whereas the month of May is nationally recognized as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, honoring the rich history, vibrant cultures, and significant contributions of Asians and Pacific Islanders in the United States. And whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is an integral part of the diverse fabric of the Washoe County School District, bringing unique perspectives, traditions, languages, and values that enhance our classrooms, schools, and community. And whereas the Washoe County School District includes more than 3,300 students and families and more than 250 staff members who identify as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander in our school community system. And whereas throughout our history, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have made significant contributions to various fields, including arts, sciences, politics, business, education, and more, enriching our collective experiences and advancing our society. And whereas Washoe County School District recognizes and celebrates the contributions of each of our students, educators, staff, families, and community members whose heritage, perseverance, and excellence continue to enrich our learning environments and inspire future generations. Now, therefore, on behalf of our Superintendent, Joe Ernst, of the Washoe County School District, do hereby proclaim and recognize the month of May 2025 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and encourage all students, educators, staff, and community members to join in recognizing, learning from, and celebrating the stories, accomplishments, and legacy of Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. Thank you.
And so don't go very far, because we're going to do our next proclamation, and then we're going to take some photos with you as well. Thank you so much. All right. So that closes item 4.01, but we will be coming back to you. And now we will go ahead and open item 4.02. This is the presentation of a proclamation honoring May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and we welcome with us our Chief Student Services Officer, Dr. Paul Lamarca, and I believe he is also joined by Brandy Olson, our Director of Psychological Services, and we have a special guest with us, do we not?
We do.
We do, very good.
President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Student Services Officer. As you know, because of our strategic plan, for students to learn optimally, they must feel safe, they must feel a sense of belonging, and we have many individuals who work every day to provide those conditions for learning. For our collective memory, we've always known we have school counselors and school nurses and school psychologists in our buildings that are doing this critical work. But what some of you know is about 15 years ago as a school district, we were asked to be part of a national collaborative of school districts that were focused on social emotional learning. And from that time forward, we have introduced social emotional learning curriculum into our schools to support all students. About 10 years ago, our state legislature also saw this as a burgeoning need, the mental health support of our students, and provided funding. And since that time, we have begun to employ mental health professionals, school social workers, and what we call safe school professionals. About the same time, there was more recognition of very specialized needs students had around behavior. And we began employing board-certified behavior analysts. And in the last couple of years, you know that we've added what we call registered behavioral technicians. And again, all these folks are critical to supporting the social emotional needs of all of our students. These needs existed prior to the pandemic, but we also know that the pandemic really fanned these flames. And today, unfortunately, we have more students than we've ever had who are experiencing anxiety, who are experiencing depression. So unfortunately, our need is growing. It's not lessening. So again, these people are critical. Not only these people, but all of our educators, from our bus drivers to our principals, we all play a role in supporting social emotional health. So thank you very much for this celebration. You know these are very complicated issues, and we've talked to you many times about many of our partnerships. We have co-located services in many of our buildings. We can't solve this problem alone, and we don't want to solve this problem alone. And so Brandy Olson, our Director of Psychological Services, is going to recognize one of our partners, a great partner, long-standing partner, providing critical service that you may not know a lot about and who's been with us for a couple of decades now. So without further ado, Brandy Olson.
Welcome, Ms. Olson. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I would like to take this time to recognize Dr. Erica Rist and our partnership with the UNR School of Medicine, Department of Psychiatry. So we've been partnering with UNR for over 20 years now to provide supports to our schools, families, and students that for students that have mental health needs. So Dr. Rist not only works directly with our students and families in schools, but she also supports our community in developing additional resources to support mental health. Dr. Rist became the director of Nevada's first child and adolescent psychiatry training program in 2006. Since that time, we've seen an increase in the number of child and adolescent psychiatrists available in the community. She also helped to develop Nevada LEND, which stands for Leadership, Education in Neurodevelopmental and Related Disabilities program, and has served as its interdisciplinary training director since 2011. Many of our community members, school psychologists, and other school staff members have taken part in the LEND program and have praised it for their increase in knowledge and experience. She is also part of the Nevada Center for Excellence in Disabilities and the College of Education, and she's partnered with the Reno School of Medicine and the State Department of Public and Behavioral Health with Project ECHO. She coordinates a series of ECHO clinics, some of them specific for schools. It gives us an opportunity to collaborate and learn from one another and come up with ideas to support students and families. They also spend, Dr. Rist and works as the attending and a fellow, spends half a day a week with our schools. She provides diagnoses and supports for our schools, school staff, students, and families. I've personally got to work with Dr. Rist for the last 7 years, really closely the last 3 or 4 years. Throughout that time, I've seen her and the fellows honor the work of our school teams, listen and value parent and guardian input, and honor the perspective of children and youth with whom they have worked. They have consistently worked hard and gone above and beyond to support students, families, and school teams and assist students and families in accessing resources. I've personally seen the change in students, families, and schools after receiving support from Dr. Rist and the fellows, and I can't thank them enough for the level of support and resources that they provide our students and families. I'd like to take this time to publicly recognize and thank Dr. Rist and some of the fellows that she has brought with her, including Dr. Bex that I've worked with a couple years ago, and the work that they do for our schools and students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Dr. Risk going to come up and say a few words? If you weren't. Surprise! Gosh, with a bio like that, Dr. Rist, oh my goodness. Brandy, that was beautiful. Dr. Rist, we would really love to hear from you, having worked with so many children in so many different departments. Would you please tell us your story a little bit?
Well, thank you so much. I'm a little overwhelmed. That was really touching. Brandy and Dr. LaMarca are correct. I've been working with the Washoe County School District since I arrived here in Reno in 2004. So 2 decades worth, and I love working in the schools. I love educators. Schools are where the kids are. I feel like in my role I can help kids much more when I'm working with the village that's working with the kids. So I'm so proud of our school district and all the different efforts that our school district has made over the years to really be there for our students and provide them with what they need. And I'm grateful for the opportunity, and also grateful for the opportunity to bring our University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine fellows. It's kind of one of the things we sell when we try to recruit folks into our program, that they will have a really robust opportunity to be in the schools. A lot of child psychiatry training programs don't offer that, but they get to spend 6 months, half a day a week working side by side with you all, and we really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So before we go to the proclamation, which Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette is going to read, so every May when we bring this up, or topics like it, I do the same. So mental health is incredibly important, but something that I think is equally as important is not assuming those people there or those people who need this need mental health support. We can all benefit from that. And just like we heard all the different roles within the school district, mental health professionals represent different needs and experiences in your life. And so I like to take this opportunity to acknowledge publicly that for anyone who admires my personal work, my mental health professional is a part of keeping me healthy. I worked with a mental health professional when I was facing cancer. I have worked with different therapists when facing loss and different other moments of my life. And so when you perhaps look at anyone who's doing well, please know that health is not necessarily just our bodies, it is also our mind, which is very important for that mind-body connection. And so I very much appreciate what you do. I thank everybody who comes forward and does acknowledge that working with someone keeps them healthy and their best. And I appreciate the work that all of our mental health professionals do for our kids. So with that, Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. This is truly my pleasure. I believe in the health and well-being of the whole person within our entire community. Whereas mental health awareness, wellness, and social emotional learning, SEL, are essential components of overall well-being, and recognizing their importance in the lives of our students and staff in Washoe County School District is crucial for their personal development and success. And whereas a strong body of research demonstrates that creating a supportive school culture, promoting mental health awareness, and implementing evidence-based programs and supports creates safer classrooms by decreasing physical aggression, bullying, and dropout rates, while increasing trust, respect, and achievement. And whereas social emotional learning is the ongoing process of developing skills to understand and manage emotions, making thoughtful decisions, set and achieve goals, and sustain meaningful relationships and skills that are valued by top companies for the next generation of employees and entrepreneurs. And whereas all our employees, students, and families encounter moments of challenge and stress, making comprehensive, coordinated mental health services for children, youth, employees, and families a critical responsibility for our entire community. And whereas it is appropriate for the Washoe County School District to recognize our role in addressing mental health and to reaffirm our commitment to prioritizing mental health and well-being in our schools. And whereas employing comprehensive mental health education, SEL strategies, and other supports in school environments help students and staff to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And whereas school-based mental health teams that include clinical mental health professionals, school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists, board-certified behavior analysts, and other valuable team members provide essential services that are uniquely positioned to identify, address, and support the evolving mental health needs of our educational community. And whereas these combined efforts require acknowledging the valuable work of all mental health professionals in our Washoe County School District, including clinical mental health professionals, school psychologists, school counselors, social workers, and analysts, and nurses. Now, therefore, on behalf of Superintendent Joe Ernst of the Washoe County School District, the trustees do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the Washoe County School District and reaffirm our commitment to providing a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. I encourage all members of the community to unite to meet the mental health needs of our youth and staff while reducing the stigma of mental health challenges, fostering empathy, and supporting mental health and social emotional wellness. Thank you. Oh, photo.
All right, everyone. So that closes item 4.02, and we are going to pause with proceeding with section 4 and go back and open now section 3. Section 3 is our budgetary items, our finance items, and we'll start now with item 3.01. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 2025-26 budget process and status. Possible action to approve staff recommendations in the following areas. 1, options to reduce the budget deficit. 2, additional staff recommendations regarding budget requests related to funding for field maintenance. 3, changes related to central office organizational assessments. And 4, updates to changes from the academic organizational assessment. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us today our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, our Budget Director, Jeff Bazzo, our Chief of HR, Doug Owen, and then also coming up at a point in the presentation will be our Chief of Police, Tracy Moore. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. So we are back in front of you to talk about the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Last time we met was April 8th, and at that meeting you approved our tentative budget for next fiscal year. We filed that with the state. That did, that's an interim step, as we noted to you, and you recall, statutorily we have to file a tentative budget that showed a $6.5 million deficit. And so we're back to you today to continue the discussions on budget recommendations as we kind of matriculate down the field, to borrow an old football coach expression, as we get to the finish line, which normally would be June 8th when we have to file a final budget, but in legislative session years we have 30 days after the end of the session to file an amended final budget. So that'll be our real final budget at the end of June. And so between today and the end of June, we'll be coming forward to you with continuing monitoring and news about the state's budget situation that directly affects the school district, additional options to close the deficit. We have our guest speaker, Doug Owen, here to talk about the organizational assessment work being done, and that'll continue past even today. Responding to your request for information, which you can continue to have as we go through this process. And then finally, we'll need to wrap it up, and the board will need to make certain decisions and deliberate in terms of finalizing the budget for fiscal year 25-26. So I will start with an overview of the state's budget situation, talk about federal funding developments that in both areas. It's just a constant flurry of news and changes, but we'll give you what we know as of today. Then Doug will cover the organizational assessment for those 3 offices that you see. Then we'll pivot to Jeff to talk about, again, some additional recommendations to reduce our budget deficit, and then we'll conclude with, steps going forward. So to talk about the state funding situation, just again to give you and the public some context, we had actually seen the state since the pandemic do quite well, the state's economy do quite well. We saw sales tax revenues for the state increase by 9% in fiscal year 21 and then 21% in fiscal year 22. A lot of that, again, was kind of one-time stimulus monies that households spent, but still, an average of roughly 15% growth per year, and that funded the historic increases to K through 12 funding in the current biennium. Over the last 2 full fiscal years, fiscal year 23 and 24, we've seen that growth moderate and kind of return to normal, but still kind of at a healthy clip, 6%, and then in fiscal year 23 and 4% in fiscal year 24. So again, still a very respectable kind of growth, especially compared to Europe and other developed countries. And so that was the basis for the Economic Forum's projection of state revenues in December of 2024. They were basing that off of, a relatively healthy economy. What has happened since December 24? A lot of things. We saw a new president take office, and he immediately embarked on a number of changes to the federal government and beyond, and that has affected the economy, and that has affected the Economic Forum's latest projection, which came on May 1st. The Economic Forum, again, is a panel of economists and experts not affiliated with the state that prepare revenue projections for the state's general fund that the governor and legislature are bound to. So they cannot spend more than what the Economic Forum projects. And so the forum heard from a number of experts, received projections from 3 different state offices, but part of that analysis came from Moody's Analytics, a third-party consulting firm who talked about some of the changes that have occurred since January, and you're all aware of them, right? There's been a lot of talk about tariffs, and we've kind of gone back and forth and up and down in terms of how much those tariffs might be with China, how much they might be with our border with Mexico and Canada and Europe and so forth. That has caused a lot of confusion and chaos in the, in the economy. And there are a number of other kind of changes. DOGE has, made a number of cuts to federal spending. The trade wars and the tariff wars that are going on really have affected Nevada's tourism industry, and Moody's had a great slide that showed Canadian tourism is actually the largest single generator of any country of tourism to Las Vegas, which I did not know. And so Canadians, as most of you read, have kind of stopped coming to America and kind of protest to what they're seeing. And so that has started to affect the tourism economy in southern Nevada, which of course is kind of the economic engine for the state, more or less. So the Economic Forum is reacted to that kind of news, as well as the data points that show slowing down and even dipping of sales tax revenues. And there was, obviously before the meeting we talked about the great concern with declining projection that they may have. And sure enough, the Economic Forum did reduce their projections of state general fund revenues by nearly $200 million over the biennium. So $97 million next fiscal year and $93 million in fiscal year 27. And the bulk of that decline in projected revenues came from sales tax. We are not a very diversified economy here in terms of the state's budget. Sales tax represents nearly a third of the state general fund. And so, that's particularly susceptible, of course, to economic activity and quick changes to the economy and spending. The state's budget, general fund budget, a third of that it actually comprises the support to K through 12. So when we see a decrease of $200 million nearly in state general fund revenues, there's an immediate concern about how that will ripple through in terms of the state's support to K through 12. So that happened on May 1st. Really bad news for the state. And then on top of that, later that evening, we received news that there was also a reduction in projected revenues for the state education fund. So the state general fund revenues are projected to decline $190 million from that forecast in December, and then the state education fund revenues were also, projected revenues were also reduced by $161 million over the next 2 years, so roughly $80 million a year. So there's a direct, obviously, outcome to K through 12 funding when we see reduced revenues to that degree. Again, sales tax led the charge, if you will, in terms of the source of that reduced revenues. And so that happened again the evening of May 1st, May 2nd. Obviously, that gave some of us great consternation and concern.
So, Mark, something I'm actually grateful for is our media partners, the local journalists, have been bringing attention to the budget and the deficit. I'd like to make a recommendation to anyone who has not personally watched Nevada's Economic Forum. It's very long, but the first hour and 15 minutes to hour and 30 minutes is particularly beneficial because I had the opportunity to learn more directly, and I think that it's very important as Nevadans and as citizens of our nation to really understand how these things all affect us. Because just to confirm, these independent economists view what is occurring federally and internationally and then set ironclad what the budgets are for the spending for the next 2 years. So when we see that we are into deficits and there is reduced spending, it is very, very important, and I know we're going to talk more about this, that this is not due to an overextension of our own commitments as a district. This is something that's being faced by every municipality, every district, and us, of course, along with it. But I do want to recommend that every Nevadan take an opportunity to watch. It is online, because I am always wary of information that comes through others, and you should get this information directly for yourselves. Thank you.
Yep. And as we've talked about before, nearly 99% of our state or of our district's general fund revenues come from the state. So whatever happens in Carson and whatever is determined by the Economic Forum and then filters through the legislature and the governor in terms of a proposed state budget will affect us. We do not control our own destiny in terms of what revenue we receive in any year. So the slide here kind of gives you an analysis then of kind of the impacts of those changes. We, of course, have a balanced budget in the current fiscal year 25. We were looking at an initial deficit of $9.7 million, you'll recall, based on the governor's recommended budget. That was before the May Economic Forum, and that was before the decline in estimated state education fund revenues. Putting aside state actions that might result from the reduction in Economic Forum state general fund projections, which we have not seen yet, if we just loaded in the reduced state education fund revenues in the pupil-centered funding plan model, that would have resulted in a new deficit for the district of $19.3 million, nearly doubling our deficit, in essence from $10 million to $19 million. So it begged the question of how would the state address that kind of massive change in mid-year. And here's just a graph showing again kind of the different scenarios we were looking at the end of that week. But I am happy to report to you that the state money committees, as they're called, Joint Committee of Ways and Means and Senate Finance, did vote last week to cover the reduction in the state education fund revenues of $161 million. So we are now back to a deficit of only, quote unquote, $9.7 million that this board has to address. That's, again, all a recommendation of those money committees, and nothing's final until it's final, signed, sealed, and delivered.
So can we pause on that? Because I would like to thank you in advance of this presentation. We've been doing this openly, publicly, transparently since January, February, every step of the way. So just to make sure that I understand this correctly, and anyone following along can understand this, we have, can we go back one slide before? Thank you so much, JJ. So we have the deficit of $9.7 million, which is the current deficit as a result of the governor's budget providing us, which could be up to 19.3 based on the revised economic outlook due to federal and international matters. And what we are hoping for is the approval of the committee that recommended covering that cost, so that rather than facing the 19.3, we are still only facing the deficit as a result of the current governor's budget. Is that correct? But none of this will be known until
that budget is signed by the governor,
Thank you.
which by law should be by June 2nd, but sometimes that doesn't happen and we go into special session. And so a lot still has to happen. The money committees are going through budget closings state department by state department. So when they took this action on May 7th and then followed up on May 8th, that's a recommendation. And then they will compile recommendations trying to get to a balanced budget, but the governor has to agree with those recommendations, right? And there's where the negotiations come in historically in terms of, okay, I want this and you want that, and what are we going to do about that? So, we can't feel 100% confident that this will be the result. We're hopeful, of course, but there are a number of issues still to be worked out. What we didn't cover on this slide is what's kind of close, near and dear to our employees' hearts, which is what's referred to as Senate Bill 231 funding. This was special funding in the current biennium that provided a match to cost of living adjustments, or a partial match to cost of living adjustments that school districts made here in Washoe that represented close to a 4% cost of living adjustment. That bill that authorized that SB 231 pay expires, of course, at the end of the biennium. And the money committees did vote to reappropriate that funding for public school district employees, eligible employees, at the same level as the current biennium, and continuing to separate that out from our pupil-centered funding plan monies. So that was, again, good news. Again, not final until it's all, again, signed, sealed, and delivered. But we're tracking against the original budget, if you will, so far. But we'll continue to monitor developments, and if there's there are changes to this, we'll continue to report those to you each and every budget meeting we have. Of course, we're also potentially affected by legislation that still going through the system. There are a number of active bills or exempt bills that still could see its way to passing through the legislature and could affect us. And I won't go through any of these in particular, but you can see the dollar amounts associated with those bills, that again would be a cost to us if passed and signed by the governor. So we'll continue to track those with our lobbyist, Pinion Public Affairs. So that's kind of the current situation with the state's budget. Again, things can change, probably will change somewhat. We'll continue to alert you to those kinds of modifications. Then we want to talk about the federal funding situation and how the district's been affected by what's happening there. And Laura Nolan, our grants manager, and her team deal with a changing, evolving situation nearly every week. So it's hard to summarize all of the changes we've had to grapple with and face. These are the most significant ones, I would say. The top line is, as you may know, the administration asked for districts to provide a special certification on Title VI. That went to the court, and the court granted an injunction against that certification that had the potential of affecting some of our grants. You can see there we've had some either cutoff of extended liquidation dates for grant monies or just defunding of a number of programs, and you can see there the number of full-time equivalent positions affected. So again, a lot happening all the time. Right now, not to minimize the impacts, but we're doing okay in terms of our most significant federal programs, but we stand alert to what may happen in the future. And so what we saw earlier this month was a letter from the administration, the OMB director, to the U.S. Senate talking about the fiscal year 26 federal budget, promising to preserve Title 1A funding. But embedded in that letter were what I would consider early statements about moving to a block grant approach and consolidating Titles 2 through 4 and other discretionary programs. Now that's his proposal. The Congress has to approve that. It requires 60 votes in the U.S. Senate to get anything through. We've seen pushback even from some Republicans about some of the Medicaid proposals, which we don't cover here. So you never know how this will play out, but we're seeing that signaling of what may happen in fiscal year 27 probably more likely. But again, we'll stay on top of this, and you can see in the chart to the right the number of positions funded by Title 1A, other title programs, and then discretionary programs. A large number of our district employees are funded through this title and other U.S. Department of Ed discretionary programs. So this is a really key area that we're focused on. Again, Lauren Olin and our fiscal grants team, or grants fiscal team as well, are monitoring developments.
I'm going to go to Vice President Mayberry for a question, and while he prepares for that, can you just explain the block grant versus the way that it's funded now, just very, very briefly?
I mean, Titles 2, 3, and 4 are very narrowly defined categorical programs that focus on particular needs in students and subgroups of our students in terms of the supports that we are required to provide if we want those monies. And what has been talked about is consolidating those programs into more general funding that would be handed to the states, and then the states individually would decide how to use that money. You know, there's also a worry that those non-Title 1A funds would be reduced over time. And so it's kind of a twofold possibility that we're facing.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. You're one slide ahead of me. I apologize. I noticed on 14, just as I was reading this, so just clarification of termination of communities in school contract for fiscal year 26. Is that the entire CIS?
No, it's not. It was an additional contract we let out for a few middle schools using additional ESSER monies we were given from districts in the state that hadn't used their ESSER allocation. We are working to cover that with other grant monies, but again, it was on Monday we got the alert, you know, funding will be cut off by Friday, and we did manage to get all of the invoices paid and a request for reimbursement for everything but that contract that was for next school year paid. So we really worked rapidly to get that reimbursement, but this contract, no, is a small sliver of their overall work.
Okay, thank you. My heart's pumping again, so thank you.
Yeah. You know, we don't.
I'm sorry, Mark. Trustees.
Sorry. Thank you, President Smith. Can we go to slide 12? I wasn't going to say anything because we can just drone on and on. But I wanted a clarification. So all of these bullet points, line items on potential legislative impacts, that would come out of our general fund if we would be required. So
yes.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that, and I know I've said it a number of times, and I know other trustees have said it, but I think it's important to keep saying it. This is a perfect example of unfunded mandates. Yep. And I know as a trustee, and I can pretty much say all of the trustees sitting up here would do this willingly, every bullet point, if we could afford it.
Right.
But we can't. We just can't. I mean, in a perfect world, it would be wonderful. I can't see one up there that I wouldn't vote, yes, let's do this if we had the money. But again, these would be unfunded mandates that we would be paying out of our general fund, and the general fund is there to support all our teachers, all our students, every worker in the district. But someone got a great idea that we're just pulling money out of the sky, I guess. So I wanted to really put that out there so people could really let it sink in and hit home.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, we don't operate in isolation. We have many community partners, and it's not just us that have been kind of threatened by the changes to federal funding. We are showing on this slide headlines that we've seen threatening cuts to Head Start, AmeriCorps, United Readers, and food banks, and all of those have potential ripple effects on the school district and the families and students that attend Washoe County School District. And we highlighted here just one program, the United Readers program, that has had their funding immediately cut, and they've immediately had to pull back the staff. But you can see here, this comes from Kendra Fox at our Curriculum and Instruction Department. The good work that they had done, and we're talking about 500 students being served by those 1 to 2 specially trained workers from United Readers, and they've had a real positive impact on reading of the students they serve. So it's just, we're going to continue, I think, to see these kinds of stories and impacts. And again, we're in an ecosystem here, and we're not alone. So it's not just us, it's other agencies that unfortunately are facing the same funding challenges. I'll just say it mildly that way.
So I have a question to ask if this is true. I'm not sure if this is for the superintendent or for you. So what I had heard is that United Readers through United Way, they had been funded through the rest of this school year, and then their funding was just cut by the federal administration, and then they were out of our schools a few days later. Is that true?
Thank you, President Smith. Yes, that is true. Yep, 1 week later.
So 500 students that were receiving highly specialized, trained literacy support right here on the 1 yard line to finishing the end of school and all of their assessments, they were gone in just a few days. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, President Smith, and I'd like to extend that just a step further. Yes, of course, we're here to do what's best for our children and our employees. Also, those AmeriCorps teachers, if you will, were immediately cut and out of monies that helped them survive.
Yeah, right.
Their gasoline, their groceries, their pride and joy working with individual students, knowing that they helped them along the way. So it's broad and deep, the impacts.
Yeah, what we're facing are really incredibly destabilizing forces at the state and federal level, and we're, I think, managing through that, but there's more to come, and so we need to be prepared for those kind of events, and position ourselves to adapt and respond effectively to a changing world. Again, put it mildly, really funding threats and just destabilization all around us. And so I'm going to segue with that to our Chief Human Resources Officer, is really helping the organization, leading the organization in making those changes and adapting to this destabilized environment we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Mark. Doug Owen, Chief HR Officer for the record. So as we look at, in the backdrop of that, how do we invest our resources more appropriately to set us up for not just this next year, but for the coming several years? And so you've previously seen an HR organization, you previously saw academics realignment. Now you'll get to see business and financial services, information technology, and then communications. So I will walk through those for you. Similar to how we did the academics realignment, this is the org model for the go forward of the Business and Financial Services Organization for FY26. You'll see the core capabilities there: budget and planning, sitting to my left, if you will, risk management, financial reporting, finance operations, and then supply chain management. And you can see kind of the capabilities built within those org models. To break that down a little bit, the finance organization had to integrate what was previously in the academic space was around grants, Title I, and those have moved over into the finance organization. So now if you have financial questions, you can come to one person, and Mark can get all those answered for you. There was a vacant warehouse position that was reduced, that we then created a second controller position out of that, so a net neutral on the head count, not increasing head count there. But to help us maintain the function of the organization for financial reporting and then finance operations, and then those sub-bulleted items, grants, accounts payable, and payroll fall under that operations portion. As you previously voted on for 2.20, I believe, it was on consent. For that bargaining unit change, some of the Buyer 1 and Buyer 2 positions were previously hourly positions. But as we do these org evaluations and assessments, we do ensure that the positions align with the Fair Labor Standards Act, and if they qualify for an exemption or not. These individuals qualify for the administrative exemption. They have some independent decision-making. They're reviewing contracts, procurement, those types of activities. So they're moved over to the appropriate exemption status. Office of Information Technology. So this is a shout out to Chris Turner and his hard work over in that space. You can see the 4 core capabilities within IT listed there: security, operations, services, which is a bit of a new tower, if you will, and then strategy, which again is another new tower, just realigning those organizational headcount. There's a reduction of 1 telecommunications specialist and a few intern positions that were up to expire at the end of this year, so we won't be renewing those interns. And through that, again, net neutral on the headcount, creating a new IT strategy leader. This helps with emerging technologies. Chris has done a really good job of articulating how this will help with artificial intelligence and identifying emerging technology trends, as well as the ERP project team for our Oracle implementation that was previously discussed in January. There's an IT services director position, and this is to help coordinate and really bring some consistency around our IT services organization, including asset management. And there's the elementary support education technology, ETS specialists that are currently based at our elementary schools, also are going to be supported by this director to help with new technologies that might be coming out or refreshing laptops or whatever the case might be. And then it also creates a new IT security specialist position. And as you probably know, we have security threats every single day. But adding this specialist position, there's only currently, I think, 3 people in the security space for all of Washoe County School District. And so this adds a 4th individual to help take care of some of those threats. And then finally, again, similar to the finance organization, there were several IT positions that, again, under the FLSA, you would evaluate and look at the computer employee exemption. These people should be exempt. They just haven't been, so we're reclassifying them appropriately under the FLSA.
Chief Owen, quick question. For both of those slides, when we were talking about finance and also IT, have all the appropriate conversations happened with the affected employees for the bargaining unit change, and are we working collaboratively with those associations so that they're not just seeing this for the first time or when the materials post? Okay, thank you.
No, we went through a pretty rigorous communication plan in conjunction with the chief of that department, rolling it out to those directors and leaders first, and then rolling it out to the individuals affected. HR put together a Q&A, put together some individual meetings as requested. We met with each of the individual associations that were affected by this. So this has been in the works for quite some time. In fact, many people in the IT space have been proposing reclassifications for themselves, kind of one-off, if you will, leading up to this over the last, I'll say, 3 to 6 months. And so we've been like, hold on, we're doing an entire organizational overhaul, and this is kind of the culmination of that. And then finally, communications and what was previously community engagement. So a little bit of a title change here for public relations. Michelle was previously communications and community engagement officer. As a result, many students and parents and community members would reach out to her about things they probably should be reaching out to Tiffany McMaster or Paul LaMarca, for example. So to try to draw a little bit of a better line here, she's engaged in communications and public relations. So there's the title change reason there. You'll see Ed Alliance, who we heard from earlier today, communications and some digital presence, print shop and mail services, and then board services, if you will. And as Michelle likes to affectionately say, she's the principal of our building, so you have admin building facilities and some of our individuals that work here at the district office. She can laugh at me, it's okay. And then finally, there is a vacant mail clerk position that will be reduced as part of this as we looked for those operational efficiencies there. A big part of this effort, and I just wanted to call this out, succession planning. So there are some of these roles where we're adding a person with the anticipation that we can do further cleanup in the future. Mark alluded to it earlier, but you might have an overlap of a few people for 3 to 6 months, potentially up to a year in certain situations if it's warranted. We're doing this in the principal space as well as like the school-based location as well. When you have some of these random retirement dates that occur, you know, like August because of year-round multi-track scheduling and things like that, we're trying to overlap that a little bit so that there's not a, hey, you have a new principal and it's the 3rd week of school, right? That doesn't bode well for any of us, and we lose a lot of knowledge transfer and consistency in our support. So we're treating those as a case-by-case basis, trying to identify where that's appropriate and potentially not. And so you'll see that kind of this overlap in the succession planning here. These one-time succession plannings are coming out of our fund balance, so there is a little bit of that overlap there. We hope to recoup that a little bit as we move toward the future and identify positions that may not need to be overlapped. So in any regard, I think the succession planning is a key item for us to make sure we don't lose that consistency and knowledge. Finally, we presented to you 2 meetings ago, I believe, on the academic realignment and reorganization. There was one position that was a secretary position identified to eliminate that we won't be eliminating after further review with our academics organization. We will consider for the future if there's an opportunity there, but for this purpose, we're not going to eliminate that position. Okay, I will now turn this over to Jeff.
Thanks, Doug. I think right before we start this section, we'll do a guest speaker switch because Chief Moore is coming up next. Thanks, Doug.
Welcome, Chief Moore.
Thank you.
Okay, so jumping into options to reduce our budget deficit and further staff budget recommendations. We'll start off with the reduction recommendations. Chief Moore here in a moment will discuss a proposal to reduce 4 vacant school police officer positions. We'll discuss shifting Ed Alliance staff from the general fund to the Ed Alliance fund, reducing travel and training for central office departments, and then reductions to our electricity and natural gas utilities budgets. So with that, I'll hand it over to Chief Moore to discuss the school police proposal.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, Trustees, Tracy Moore, your Chief of Police. I will keep my handy-dandy notes here. I stay focused for you all for the sake of time. We'll take you through this flow process of what does this reduction look like for school police. Key things I want to keep in mind here is that this is just reallocating resources in an effective manner. We do recognize that school police needs to exist, and we have to make some challenging decisions to support the education of our students. This is our current structure that we have for school police. If you look at the bottom, there were totally allocations of 57 employees. This does include some support staff, myself, Deputy Chief Baker. We're at 41 school police officer FTE allocations. There's a couple in there that are not up on that board, but they are NRS mandated positions. That's our emergency manager and our school safety specialist. On the right side there, you'll see a chart of the fiscal year and the increase in some school police officer positions. The significant one that you'll note was in the fiscal year of 24. That was with the board approval. You'll see another significant jump in that column too is the campus supervisors. That is a position that's not supervised by school police, but that does play a pertinent part in our school campus safety. Those are people that are out there really, in my word, are a watchdog. They're campus safety monitors. They're monitoring the hallways. They're monitoring the parking lots. We have seen a decrease in crime, and that is why I throw this up there. It's important that we're also allocating resources in another manner to also keep safety barriers in place in the schools. This is just a generalized map to show you that Washoe County School District is big. I actually did research. It's 6,315 square miles for the school district. That's one of the largest ones in the country. So we face challenges as a department that works Monday through Friday, day shift. We don't work weekends. We don't have swing shifts. We don't have graveyards. So we come across some challenges. We're trying to use data to help us make these decisions. Are we using the resources in an effective manner? We have software, our CAD system, that we pull up data and we plug into the system. We take a look at call volumes. We look at officer response times through the geo mapping we have in the cars. We look at the caseload that certain officers generate in their district, their campus. We take a look at, are we allocating these resources that we have in an effective manner? There are some schools where there's greater call volumes for service. There are some that just do not. Our key thing is we don't want to make any compromise to safety at school district schools, district facilities, leased properties, you name it. By NRS, those are our jurisdictions. We have the obligation to provide police services. Under this reallocation, once again, I go back to we have to make difficult decisions. Under this, we're going to delete one of the motor positions. We will still have one motor officer in our force. K-9, very difficult to find funding for K-9s right now. This is not a cheap operation to have in a police force. We looked at your request for middle school. So we took a look at that saying, hey, you know ideal world, we love to have a police officer at every middle school campus, but that's just not realistic based upon the data that we have pulled from this year. We also have the addition of Debbie Smith. That's another allocation that will be put into our staffing model for next year. With the data that we collected, we feel that these new middle school beats, and you'll see them up there, is Cold Springs and O'Brien. The call volume there, and another one that's significant, is a geographical response time. We have to make sure that even our counterparts, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, rely on them heavy too. They are all facing the same thing. We're all facing budget shortfalls. We have to make hard decisions. So that was our number one we filled first. That officer's in place right now. The next one goes to Desert Skies and Sky Ranch. Those are very large schools. Call volume is probably there because of the size. Then you run into another beat, which is Billinghurst and Clayton. That's kind of another geographic challenge and divide. The next one is we put Swope into Turning Point. Turning Point is an area that we're needing to provide some police intervention. That's important. That's a site that we want to provide more services to them for the support. And then you run into Pine and Vaughn. Those are definitely some call volumes that we're making these difficult decisions, saying where are we going to allocate these resources in the most effective manner. So as we consider this, I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we understand the fiscal responsibility of the school district and school police. We're trying to participate in this cost saving. I cannot cut my operational budget. Mark did a great job looking at it and goes, Tracy, you spend every dime you have in that budget. We can't cut that. If we're going to contribute it, we have to come through some difficult decisions in staffing. So the core idea here is we have to have a balanced strategic approach that maximizes safety while being mindful of budget constraints. Cost savings enable us to allocate resources more effectively elsewhere, maintain and improve school safety, ensuring our students and staff feel secure. This is reinvesting in student success as savings can be redirected towards educational initiatives and student support services. Our school police officers and staff are dedicated to protecting students and staff, fostering a safe learning environment.
I have a longer comment but I'm going to hear all the questions first. I do have a question because the middle schools, the reason why I, as a new trustee, put forth that we needed police presence in our middle schools is because it's so important. I mean, that is a very fragile environment, lot of emotional things going on with these kids, and it's not just for policing, but it's to have a positive presence in the school of authority, so that kids can feel that they are safe in this new environment with all this tumultuous things going on in their lives, hormones, brand new, in elementary school, they're fostered by the teacher. That's their little safety net. And then you go to middle school and they're switching classes, and it's very important. So my question, and then I'm probably going to get a little bit more involved after everyone has their questions, but this says new middle school beats. This is it? Where's Dilworth and Sparks Middle School? And I'm going to say something that's I know is going to sound very hurtful, and people are going to be like, why are you bringing up something negative and so painful? But not very long ago, at Sparks Middle School, there was a tragedy. I mean, an absolute tragedy. We're doing all of these things to protect our most precious possessions inside the schools from the outside. Single point of entry, maintaining the barrier around the school, Centengics, all of this. But it happened from inside. Have we forgotten this? It happened from inside of a middle school. We just received an email in Milwaukee of a 12-year-old, and they said elementary. Well, our 12-year-olds are in middle school. It's a crisis. So please, where is Dilworth? Where is Sparks Middle School? Where are my schools? They're all my schools, but where are my schools?
And I can certainly answer that question. They're still having police officer coverage. By adding these middle school areas, it actually allows us to take some of the areas, for example, HUG, that will cover trainer. Geographically, divisions, that's one of the decisions we're making. And for example, Spanish Springs and Shaw. That patrol officer is so close to those areas, it doesn't make sense to allocate just a resource to that. Based upon the difficult decisions we have to make is, what is the best thing to do to reallocate these resources? We did take consideration of everything. Call volume, geographic devise, time response. Those are all critical pieces that have to become in these difficult decisions. So when it does come to Sparks Middle School, those are all those beat areas by adding an officer that's just strictly dedicated to Cold Springs and O'Brien, that alleviates the load that now that officer from the HUG and North Alleys can go to Trainer, Sparks Middle School. So it's a tighter, closer response time than what they're experiencing right now.
And so I was going to save this actually for later, but in light of the conversation, I'll allude to this now and then come back to it after public comment. Quite frankly, it's heavy but important for the community to understand that when budgets are reduced and we're facing deficits, this means impacts to services and to roles that we have. And we would not be responsible if we were not evaluating everything to overcome that deficit. The community should see that as a result of federal policy, governor's budget, we have to contemplate moves like this. I will come back to this, but I will say that as it stands right now, I am very grateful for this conversation, and the community should understand the difficult decision that we must be in with these deficits that are being handed to us. But my colleagues will hear me advocate for pausing on this particular item until we can have our next budget workshop, as we contemplate what might be needed in other areas as well, because I'm hesitant to, on a micro level, affect the school police department without understanding changes potentially in all organizational structures. But I do thank you for having an eyes wide open look for our community to understand some of the very difficult decisions that are in front of us. And so I will just say that for now, and then I'll come back to it after public comment. No? Okay.
Thank you again. And I don't want to sound confrontational, because I do appreciate what you guys are doing. My God. I mean, sacrificing and the hours. But one thing, and I just want us all to think about this. I understand the call volume and response time and all of that. I mean, that should be one of the components that's looked at when making up a schedule where to put our officers. But none of us have a crystal ball. None of us know where the next tragedy could happen. Where? I wish we knew and we could pre-plan, but that's not why we have our beam includes safety. Because that's got to be first and foremost.
Very, very much. I'm going to let Vice President Mayberry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So just looking at slide 30, just a few clarifying questions. Deleting one canine officer. So we have one canine dog. Do we just have one canine officer now,
Yes, sir.
or do we have two?
Yes, that's handler is Officer Bowers, and our partner, our canine officer is Astro.
And so by deleting one of two canine officers, one isn't filled now.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, that's the disconnect I have. Also, as we kind of talk through this conversation, the other jurisdictional agencies that we work with, Washoe Sheriff's Office, Sparks, Reno, they are 24/7, after hours, weekends. Could you summarize to us just sort of the, do we have mutual aid agreements with them? Do we have, what does that partnership look like?
Certainly.
In terms of a supplemental force, if you will.
It is. We do have on-call staff that if we do get a report, and both of our partner agencies will certainly respond to that call. They understand that we do have an agreement that school police does not have that after-hours coverage. Traditionally, a call does come in through a 911 call center. They'll report the suspicious activity to school property. And if we deem that school police do need, they're very, very good at calling our on-call and providing the information. If we need to call in officers on overtime to assist in that incident, we certainly can. It is minimal. I would say as we face these difficult staffing challenges, I personally could not justify the funding for a swing shift or graveyard officer.
Sure.
When our core transactions are in educational hours. But yes, we do have a good cooperative working agreement with outside law enforcement to assist those after-hour calls.
And also, there was a slide, I can't seem to find it now. You had some, I'm trying to understand, I just want to make sure that we have the correct number with respect to sworn law enforcement, because I'm not sure if it includes those that are civilians or not. I don't.
Trustee Mayberry, I believe I pulled out, it'd be slide 28. This is a pretty good breakdown of our allocation of FTEs.
So currently today we have 41 sworn police officers, fiscal year 25.
Allocated. Those are allocated FTEs. We do have some vacancies that we're working on filling. We're going to be cautious as we proceed through for that. We still have currently one lateral in there. We do have some potential retirements coming up. But as you all have seen, there means I've tried my hardest, every resource I can, to bring these FTE numbers up for you. But I want to be cautious as we continue to move forward.
No, I appreciate that, because I was surprised that number was as low as it is. But I agree with President Smith. This is such a sensitive matter for this community, for our families, and look, we don't have a crystal ball, but your comments earlier, suggest there's no compromise of safety, even at this particular level, and I appreciate that. I mean, the reality is we can't ever predict or stop an act of violence anywhere in this country. I mean, from 9/11, on down. So I think that we have to keep that in mind. But I just, some of there's just some trepidation for me in terms of really better understanding if, in fact, we want to reduce the allocations. So, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I know I'm just prattling on here, but the K-9 officers, the one I think the public needs to know what that additional K-9 officer was going to be with the drug crisis we are having in this country, in our schools, vaping pens containing marijuana and sometimes, like, what's that animal PCP stuff? Yeah, the other K-9 officer, if I'm not mistaken, was going to be trained as a drug sniffing dog. Is that correct?
So yes, what we use the K-9s for is what's our highest threat and what's our highest call volume. Currently, Astro is our highest threat, a firearm. That's his purpose. We're trying to be creative again. I'm limited in resources. We're trying to be effective. We're now going to take a step and see if we can train Astro as a dual discipline purpose dog. That does put some constraints. That now, and I'll put it out here, Astro will become strictly a resource that we can only keep in-house here at the school district because he's going to alert on narcotics and firearms. Other agencies don't have the possession of marijuana being illegal substance. So Astro, if he does his homework and passes his test, he will be dual discipline dog. He'll be able to trace our highest threat that we have and our highest call volume, which is possession of a controlled substance, traditionally THC.
My other question, what are the duties of the motor officers? Because I'm thinking it's better to have the person right there. I know driving around, but any of our officers can drive around, right, to get somewhere. So what is the purpose of the motor officer?
Their primary mission is to enforce traffic in school zones, and that is because it's easier to maneuver through these crowded zones. It is a little more conspicuous to see a motorcycle park versus a large marked vehicle showing you, but his primary responsibility is traffic enforcement in active school zones.
Okay, but even with two, we have how many schools? They can't be looking at all of them. I'm just saying.
No. And you have a very good point. So as we continue through the presentation and hear public comment, again, I was going to hold on this, but this is very valuable dialogue. We're going to have a morning work session, and we as a board have an opportunity to pass the recommendations that we feel are suitable for now. And then also pause and bring forward at another time any of these items at another point. And I know staff is taking in this in real time, so this conversation could come forward at a later time. And so I just want to point that out because we actually control what we adopt in the recommendations. And if later, when we're making decisions, we want to table this particular one, it can come back based on the feedback that they're hearing right now. Okay, so I'll just mention that. It's not like we have to necessarily decide on this right now. We do have to decide if we want to pause on this and continue it at a future time, but we're not going to necessarily, we don't have to deliberate this at this particular moment. No, because we have not done public comments, and we've got to get through the rest of the presentation, but we can absolutely get to it, after, in the motion, and we'll talk about how we do that. Trustee Phoenix.
Just on a good note, all right, thank you for working with the staff and crunching the numbers. Thank you for doing that. Making that sacrifice, knowing you have to whittle away, knowing the budget there. The one thing that I really want to make kudos to is those campus supervisors, because that's where the money is to me, and that's where it happens, because they're right there preventing all these things, reporting all to you for those crisis situations that you have to be. So I think that that's a good point that you brought that up earlier, and I heard somebody at the staff. I just want to make it clear that that is where it really happens to me, because you are right in the trenches. You're talking to the kids. You're preventing. You're diverting. That's where it's happening. So I just want to make sure that I want you to hear that, and thank you for crunching those numbers.
Okay, moving on to the next reduction recommendation is shifting 2.5 positions in the Education Alliance Department from the General Fund to the Education Alliance Fund. As a comprehensive look at Education Alliance with the incorporation of the Washoe Education Foundation, we can maintain these positions in the Education Alliance Fund through current fund balance and future fundraising, and relieve the general fund of $353,000 of ongoing costs at the same time. So the proposal here is to shift those positions out of the general fund to the Education Alliance Fund. The next item is reduction, 50% reduction to non-school travel and training budgets. There's some specific travel and training budgets, such as there's $107,000 for collaborative school teacher training, and then there was a $100,000 line item you all approved in last year's strategic plan budget for teacher training. Those two items and a couple other budgets will stay intact, but other department travel and training budgets under this proposal would be reduced by 50% and result in a savings of $329,000. And then the last budget reduction recommendation here is to our electric and gas utilities costs. So 2 years ago, we got hit with rapidly increasing utility rates, and that had a significant cost impact to our budget. So we had budgeted on the peak of those increases, and since then utility rates for electricity and natural gas have flattened. So giving those a further review, the recommendation here is to reduce those budgets by $2 million. We'll move on to our one budget increase recommendation for today, and it's for the maintenance of fields. So for many years we had a joint use agreement with the city of Sparks to maintain fields where we shared fields with the city of Sparks and several of our schools out in Sparks. The city of Sparks maintained the fields and we paid half the cost, but due to the city of Sparks budget issues, they're terminating the service. So in order to maintain our fields, the proposal here is to add 2 groundskeeper positions to address maintenance of fields at these schools, $124,000 annual cost, and a one-time. And if this is approved, then we would have a one-time equipment cost of $200,000, which would be paid from the general fund contingency account in FY25, so the current fiscal year. Just so to summarize all these potential changes, if these were all approved today, our budget deficit would be reduced from the $6.5 million that was presented last month to this bottom line here, $3.7 million. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Mark to go over the analysis of board requests.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. So one of the questions that we fielded from this board in February was a request to consider use of our ending fund balance and a discussion of when that might be appropriate, when it might not. And so we kind of saved that question to closer to the end of the process. We thought that would be more timely that way. And so just to kind of set the stage here and talk about existing board policy, our first one that we have to consider is that we do have a board policy that says we will have a structurally balanced budget. What does that mean? That means that ongoing expenses have to be covered by ongoing revenues on a kind of long-term basis, right? Now, when we have one-time costs, we can use fund balance. The policy allows for that. We also have a fund balance policy, Board Policy 3051, that sets a target balance for a general fund of 12% of expenditures. So roughly that's, in our case, close to $75 million currently, somewhere in that neighborhood. We use fund balance for a variety of reasons, including addressing unanticipated or non-recurring needs. We say in there that, again, we're not, good budgeting practice and policy does not allow for us to utilize fund balance to cover recurring expenditures, because once you use fund balance, it's gone. Recurring expenditures continue to recur. So you would find yourself in a difficult situation if you did that. Our policies do acknowledge, however, that we can find ourselves in a deficit situation for a variety of reasons. And if we do find ourselves in that situation where revenues aren't sufficient to cover expenditures, that is allowed, but then we need to develop a plan to get back into the black and to a sustainable, balanced situation. So those are the policy constraints we work around, and that we usually ask for your validation of those board policies at the beginning of the budget process.
Thank you. On the ending fund balance, you made a comment, Mr. Mathers, that once you use the ending fund balance, it's gone. But I mean, the economy could improve. You could see an increase of revenue. Can you?
You could. I mean, basically a fund balance is analogous to your savings account, right? And so you have a savings account for unanticipated kind of events,
right,
for extraordinary kind of events. And you're right, if we pulled that and times got better, the board would have to make a conscious decision not to spend all of those revenues. So if you want to build back the fund balance up, your budget would have to show, revenues of $2, $3, $4, $5, $10 million greater than budgeted expenditures. So that's what you would have to do to build it back up, all other things being equal. For those of us who were here when there was a deficit, it creates great uncertainty for staff and the positions we budget for. It is a difficult situation, to say the least. I think, Dr. Nicolette, you experienced some of those times. It is a difficult situation, and there are ripples of kind of uncertainty that go through the district and its staff. So having a balanced budget kind of sets us up well for the future, creates a sustainable path to funding services and positions in our budget, and gives us that stability, which we talked about the destabilizing times we live in. So having that stable fund balance is, again, our kind of safety blanket, if you will, or source that we can tap into when something unexpected happens, whether that means a drop in or a cessation of federal funding. We can use that funding and carry us through some period of time. And we've had some of those conversations. What would happen if, in fact, this happened? We have our fund balance that we can rely on to carry us through and continue services in those difficult situations while the courts figure things out. Now, that being said, there are plenty of arguments for and against use of fund balance, and we try to provide a really balanced approach here. I think in the current fiscal year, we truly are faced with an unexpected large issue of a $10 million shortfall. And again, it's a revenue situation, not an expenditure situation. And so I think there's a case to be made that this is difficult. We are going through recommendations methodically, but you only have a couple months to make decisions to reduce our budget expenditures by $10 million.
Potentially not even. We do not know
Right.
what they're going to pass, what the governor may veto, the fights that will ensue. And while you have done a wonderful job of pointing out the 9.7 to the 19.1, we technically do not know where we land on that. We could be having discussions in June that look even worse than this.
Yeah, that's absolutely within the realm of possibility. And so I think, confronted with that situation, I think there's a case to be made that some use of fund balance while we see where we all end up, and while we say, the idea is we need more time to consider solutions to this problem. And so if it is that bridge funding to get us through while we evaluate solutions in a more orderly, methodical way, that is a legitimate use of fund balance. We're not ducking the hard decisions, but we need more time, or you need more time to consider those questions. And so those are the arguments for using fund balance. It is a temporary situation to bridge those difficult times. The arguments against it, what we've talked about, is that if you're using it simply to delay critical decisions, i.e. kick the can down the road, you will burn through your fund balance, and you then will have to make difficult decisions, and there's a compounding effect that happens, right? Costs, there's inflation to costs, and so if you don't address it early on, right, those costs increase and the revenues may not. The other item here, argument against, is, again, the instability we face. We may need those reserves to confront, threats to federal funding to our programs. We may be in a recession already, but that recession may worsen, and so there may be a risk to our funding from the state going forward. They may have to call a special session if things got really difficult, like the Great Recession. So, you again want to keep your powder dry, if you will, and protect yourself against the unknowns. And so that's an argument against tapping into, at least greatly, one's fund balance.
I definitely lean, Diane Nicolette here, I definitely lean toward protecting that fund balance at all costs, and I will tell you why. I truly consider myself to be an optimist. Things are going to get better because we're going to make them get better. That's what human beings do who care and work hard. Having said that, it wasn't that long ago that we had the Davis fire. And I felt for several moments very happy that we had a healthy, albeit maybe not enough, fund balance if one of our schools had been devastatingly impacted by the fire. And so I am for not touching the fund balance unless it is an emergency situation and we have no other options. And I also believe in the old adage that we all have to have a little bit of skin in the game, whatever that means. And to that, our students feel almost no impact because of our decisions, and that would be my ultimate goal.
Yeah, and I should have said, when we talk about fund balance, that's an accounting term. I get it. You can, again, it's analogous to a savings account. You can call it reserves. You can call it cash. It's all the same. So however you look at it, when we talk about fund balance, for those listening or watching, it's really our reserves that we carry. The district's done a good job of building up our reserves from 8% or so 5 years ago to 11% and change, because it takes a lot of money to build it up, right? We've done that. I don't think we have too high of a fund balance for sure, but we don't have too low of a fund balance. We're far better than a large school district elsewhere in the state that has much less money in reserve. So I think we've struck the right balance in the past to have a reasonable fund balance that protects us. And so I would say that. On this slide, yes,
Do we earn interest on our end fund balance?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. And that helps our budget, right? That interest earnings is a revenue that goes to fund teacher salaries and positions. So that is another good use of fund, reason to have a significant fund balance. In this chart, we try to go through two scenarios just to show how fast one can burn through one's fund balance if we don't take action. Scenario one is the scenario in which we do address our $9.7 million fund balance. We approve a balanced budget. And then in fiscal year 27, kind of face the same dynamics we do in 26. So if we didn't totally address fiscal year 27, what would happen? And that's the blue line, scenario one. And it's not great by any stretch. We would see our reserves go down from roughly 70 million to 50, but still tolerable. Scenario two is we don't address the fiscal year 26 deficit or fiscal year 27, and you can see there our reserves drop down from 70 million currently down to 20 million in fiscal year 28. So it doesn't take much time at all when you're burning through 10 to 20 million a year to go through, right, $70 million. State law de facto kind of creates a floor for one's fund balance, and that is 4% of expenditures. So if you fall below 4% fund balance, you qualify for fiscal emergency or fiscal watch status at the state. You would have to present a plan to restore yourself to sustainability to the Committee on Local Government Finance, which districts have had to go through. And if in a worst case scenario, the state can actually take over that agency and run that agency. And that has happened with two smaller agencies in the state's history. So we want to obviously avoid fiscal emergency status. I don't have to tell you that. But there is a real world consequence to it, in addition to just kind of less reserves. And so again, in scenario two, we fall to 3% of expenditures. Again, if we don't do anything, and I know our board's not wired that way, but if we chose not to, we will burn through that balance very quickly. This just gives you the math. For every 6.5 million of fund balance that you burn through, that's roughly 1%. So again, we're near 11% fund balance currently. And so just as you think about it, and that this is the formula one would use. So if you left with a $6.5 million deficit in your budget, your fund balance would decline 1% from 11% to 10%, if that makes sense. That concludes the presentation on fund balance. I hope that was helpful. Again, there is a balance to this. I'm not here to tell you it is absolutely wrong in all cases to pull from fund balance. There are times when it's there for a reason and it's legitimate. Those are limited situations, but right, that can happen, and we may be facing a situation like that this fiscal year. So it's a great question from our vice president that he had back in February, I think, and it's timely. So I don't know if your crystal ball was just that good or what happened there, but thank you.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, brother. But yeah, no, just 12%. Is that the protected?
Yes.
State law. So and that's where this organization brings it down to 12%. Mm-hmm. And you've done a remarkable job with not having a deficit. I know that prior to my time on the board, we ran a deficit annually, and so hats off to you and the team, just to bring some balance to my colleague on my right, who I love. I do support in small increments, if we had to, to provide for those unexpected expenditures or dips in revenue to tap into the fund balance. I think it's a tool. I think it can be used appropriately. I'm not suggesting bring it down to 4 or to 6. I don't know what that number is, but I think it is a tool that we should look at if push comes to shove. So thank you.
We do have a couple additional board requests that will come back to you, over the next month and a half, and you see them there, and we're working through those issues. So in terms of next steps, we've talked a lot about the instability that we all face. To be clear again, the district receives the vast majority of its funding from the state. We don't control what comes in here in terms of revenues. All we can control is the bottom line, but it's really difficult with diminishing revenues, obviously. And I know this is painful to consider these kinds of reductions. But again, we're faced with slowing or declining economic times in Nevada due to a number of recent kind of changes. We're also facing, we haven't really talked about it for a while, a significant pension rate increase that affects both employees and our budget. And that has caused real stress in the system as well. In terms of federal funding, we've talked again about the instability that exists there and various proposals to curtail funding with a week or less notice. And we will see how the federal budget process kind of evolves over the next several months as Congress grapples with their deficit. We've talked about the economy and how it's doing, and again, we may in fact be in recession. They mark the recession after the fact, right? So we'll see kind of how that goes. It doesn't always have to be a great recession. It can be a mild or moderate recession, but we have seen declining economic activity as measured by a number of kind of reports over the first quarter of the calendar year. And then we have our own issues that we face, including declining enrollment. And again, we're constantly facing a competitive labor market. It's just really tight in Washoe, and you have to be able to compete for labor and offer an attractive salary to employees to come here. Just stepping back, kind of going back in time, just for the sake of the public who may be watching this or others who may watch it, we've done a lot of work in the past to reduce central office spending, and that's over on the right. And at the same time, we made tremendous investments in schools, whether it was adding 8 police officer positions several years ago, or lowering class sizes in our 1- and 2-star schools, or funding in the current fiscal year 186 instructional positions and 48 student family support positions. We have focused on providing supports to our schools and tried to stay away from any reductions that affect schools directly. And so that's what this slide tries to show you, is that's been for a number of years our approach, right? And just kind of an ironclad, non-negotiable approach. So, this is not a central office out of control situation and increasing costs there, nor, again, do I consider this a spending problem. Our costs are only going up 4%, and we talk about all of the kinds of cost factors we face. And so, again, I think it's pretty remarkable, actually, that our costs are only going up 4%, while trying again, to retain quality staff here and our teachers. So it's not like we're doing double-digit spending here, right? Again, it's a revenue line problem that we face.
And Mark, the reason why this is remarkable is because this team has done a remarkable job with our fiduciary responsibility. We work every single penny all the way with that investment in student-facing positions. I have a great deal of respect, of course, for how all of the districts operate here in Nevada, but I would put our fiscal responsibility, the exceptionalism of our fiscal responsibility, up against anyone else, and not just in Nevada, but across the country. If you go back to that other slide, that On the left, that's what happens when we fund education and when we have money to fund education. And so as everyone looks at this presentation and understands, and I know you're going to get to it on the next slide, we run very lean administratively and invest heavily in student-facing positions, which is exactly the way a well-operating public education system should run. And I am proud of us, and I am proud that our costs are only going up 4.1%, and these are the things that we are trying to protect right now. But we cannot protect these things without support from the federal government, from our state leaders, and other leaders across the country. But this is a testament to the work that this board, this district, this executive team, all of our educators have done. And I know that I'm getting upset, and it's because I am angry. Our economy was clearly, as demonstrated by the charts, performing well. And here we are, just past Q1 in 2025, facing devastating decisions. We just talked about the potential of losing police officers 4 months later. And that is what happens when people take their eye off the ball for what really matters, which is our children, their education, our communities, our educators, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I wanted to draw attention to, on the next slide, the last bullet, the increased special education costs and needs. When and this is just a statement, and kind of similar to what President Smith is saying. So I want this to be out in the public, that for every student who has an IEP, that means that they have 2 teachers required by law. They have a resource teacher, special education teacher, and then they often have a general education teacher or multiple general education teachers in the secondary. We do not get another full allocation. We don't get the per pupil funding, the full amount. For a special education student, we get about half of what the per pupil funding is. But we are required by law to serve our special education students, and I will share an example. My son is what we call twice exceptional, meaning that he receives gifted and talented services as well as special education services and speech therapy services. So that means that his school needs to provide a general education teacher as well as 3 other adults to support his needs. And we do our part as parents, and he does outside therapies and all that. And not all families can afford that. And I know that we are lucky in that case. But that is one area. I know we talk about our grade, kindergarten through 3rd grade class size reduction not being funded. But our special education, our EL students are not funded properly at our state level. And I want to say that I know that it's been a hot topic. We've gotten a lot of incredibly emotional emails from our special ed teachers who do just, I know, I've been in the classroom. I've had a lot of special ed children in my classroom. I have one in my home, and I know they do everything they can, and I know that we as a district are doing everything that we can to make sure that all of our kids are getting those resources, but we are having to dip into our general funds in order to fully provide those services. And that is something where anyone who wants to advocate, that is an area that we absolutely need to advocate at the state legislature for. It's probably not going to happen this year, but next biennium, we really, really need to push better funding in that area too. So, Mark, thank you to your staff for making sure that we aren't cutting those areas as well, because I know that it's really tight. So thank you guys for really working so hard on that part.
Well, and thank you. It is the executive team. I mean, we work together to problem solve this kind of stuff, and Jen Ventress and her staff are amazing, and we collaborate all the time. I mean, we talk weekly. And so I just have to give kudos to her and her team as well, because they're incredibly compassionate, and yet, they understand the challenges and work with us to kind of come up with the most cost-effective solutions. Another common myth, I will say, about school districts in general, maybe Washoe County School District, we don't hear this quite as much as we used to, but still, sometimes we do hear this, that we're top-heavy and we have these administrators making millions of dollars and so forth. if only. No, and so we provided some information here. We've reduced the number of administrators over the years, as you can see in that box to the right. We have compared ourselves to other large school districts of between 40,000 students and 85,000 students. We are below the national average there. There is a state regulation that caps our administrative costs. We are below that. So by all measures, you know, we are lighter in terms of central administrators than other districts or as allowed by law, and we continue to look at those positions. You know, this year certainly with our human resources, you know, department have made a number of recommendations to help evolve the organization, streamline the organization. So you can see those there. So where do we go from here? We will continue to use a methodical, prudent, steady approach to address these issues. We will not panic. We will not make knee-jerk reactions to, you know, whatever crisis we face. Again, we have a solid fund balance. We have a very stable financial position that will allow us to overcome and get through tough times. But we do face challenges, and so for the rest of the process, you know, we've talked about the timeline. We will come to you on May 27th. We will come to you in June. We will start to pivot more towards deliberations at the dais here for you to consider the recommendations we will bring to you, but we'll bring more recommendations on May 27th and probably in June as well. We understand fiscal year 27 doesn't look any brighter than 26, unfortunately, and so with the superintendent's leadership, we will focus earlier on in terms of analyzing fiscal year 27 costs. That'll begin most likely in the fall. We need to get ahead of hiring season and allocation season that begins around Thanksgiving. And so that's our goal, is to focus very strongly after the beginning of the school year on those kinds of issues and start to bring those things to you sooner than what would be traditionally we would do. Again, so we can make decisions and position ourselves for fiscal year 27. We are engaged in a number of longer-term efforts, including our facilities modernization plan. And again, our capital projects team, facilities management team deserves a tremendous amount of credit for being forward-looking and working on development of that plan, as well as a number of other initiatives, and that will help us in the future tremendously. So, and then, you know, I dare to say I think we will have to come up with some outside the box kind of ideas to you to get through this situation. Again, trying not to impact students as much as possible, but probably some of those ideas will touch schools, and hopefully we'll minimize those impacts. So that's kind of where we're at. Again, I'll use that football metaphor. We're matriculating down the field. We started being down 10 points, right? We had a $9.7 million deficit. If you authorized all of the items here, we'd be down by a field goal with, you know, still time on the clock. I know you might want to consider pausing on some of those recommendations, and that's perfectly acceptable and your prerogative. But we're making progress. We went from 9.7 to 6.5 in the tentative budget, and we're getting closer and closer to that balanced budget. So we'll just continue to work through it, again, methodically with you, getting your input, of course, hearing your decisions, and incorporating those decisions in a final budget.
I'd say at this point I'll be happy if we just beat the spread, personally.
So again, our recommendation today is to approve staff recommendations in those areas, the changes related to the organizational assessments you saw for the offices of business and finance, IT and communications and public relations, and we're asking you to consider the budget recommendations that we've presented to you today. Again, you can adopt all, adopt some, pause till, you know, things become clear after the legislative session's over. That is your prerogative. The sooner we can make certain decisions, though, the better in terms of preparing for the next school year.
Very good. So just to let everyone know, obviously this item's been a long one, so we're going to go ahead and do public comment. It feels, I mean, we've had a conversation while we've been doing this work, so hopefully we'll be able to move to action relatively quickly, and then we will take a break after this item before we continue the rest of the meeting. JJ, who do we have for public comment?
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, President Evans.
Hi, for the record, my name is Kaylin Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association, and I just want to start off first by thanking this board for your vocal advocacy around the issues facing funding. Not that I tune into every board, but as my work in this role, we're very tuned into how things are moving across the state, and I will say that from an advocacy standpoint and a public advocacy standpoint, this board really does go above and beyond. We don't hear the types of just very truthful, honest statements about the impact that we're having, about the lack of state funding from boards. And so I just want you guys to know that there are a lot of educators across our state that view this board and the advocacy work as something that they're looking for their districts to achieve to. Just on a couple points, I noticed on these slides, a lot of the work that's been done, especially around the reduction in administration and a lot of these really site-based positions and supports really over these last few years, and a lot of that is attributed to the work of this board. And you guys, we have been advocating alongside you with that on this People Before Programs push, really getting as many resources into the school sites as possible, being student-facing as much as possible, knowing that there also is always a need at the district level, but at the end of the day, if we don't have people in the school sites directly with students, then none of it works. And so I just want to thank you all for your continued push on that. And I just think it's important to be on the record that, the state, while they have moved some funds from our education stabilization account, when it started, it had $856 million in it. That's a substantial amount of money, and folks will push back. And as you guys know, we've been on the ground since day one, with leadership up and down every floor in that building, pushing and pushing and pushing, and we will continue to push until the very end, because our argument is if this ESCA account isn't for things of this nature, these unexpected national sort of issues around funding and grants and all of this federal uncertainty, it's an ESCA account, stabilization, and we were saying we need to stabilize our state funding because we have a lot of federal uncertainties. And so while we appreciate in joint finance that they were moving some of those funds over, there's still a lot to do, and so we're going to continue to push. And I just would advocate for anybody hearing that they continue to push, because there is funds available to help us not only protect the progress that we have made, but actually making steps forward. So we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, President Evans.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Nava Duran.
Hello guys, my name is Paul Naduan. I'm gonna make a really difficult decision. So here's a quick story for that. So in 1979, we hit the economic recession. Many people putting changing color for that, for the higher gas prices. Since Ronald Reagan declared for presidency, he called for lower taxes and lower government, less spending, and he won, and he got majority repeal. And then some Republican president might work for the economy. So and Ronald Reagan did recover economically. So good for them. So, and for our first year of Trump presidency, we heard the news say, "Oh, Trump will bring out the economy," but actually, not the case for the first 3 years of Trump presidency. So he's doing well economically on first 3 years, and before the pandemic hit, and then the economy going down. So I do know a lot of news article say that we will have it to recession, but I very, you know, I don't like Trump, but it seemed like he seemed like I'm very optimistic for Trump for putting up the economy, less spending, all kind of stuff. But the con is we go have to cut down the spending on teacher, or all kind of stuff because this is really difficult decision. I love you guys. It doesn't matter if you voted yay or no, but we don't work out for the Washington School District, and also state funding and federal funding did not help our local governments. So we know we have to cut the budgets for long term. The FPP coming, so hopefully the older building have higher maintenance costs than a newer school. So hopefully we'll cut down. Pros and cons. Cons is because of Trump tariff will increase from another country. It was expected to increase the cost. It is so think about it. So I am autism, so I receive special eds, IEP and 504 plan. With the teacher. I love my teacher. I love the teacher staff, and also I love the police because I'm opposed to defund the police. We need to keep all the police at all costs. So concerning that, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navadran.
That's all I have.
All right, so I'll bring it back to this board. We've had a lot of discussion along the way. So the way that we can simply do this, and we don't know until we start putting out motions because we've all had the opportunity to talk, it's quite simple. The things that we are interested in making a firm decision on, those are the parts that we read. And if there is an area that we want to pause or table, we just simply omit that part of the motion. And then we see where we're at. So this is not necessarily something we have to debate. Those conversations will happen in the future, but we have the control right now to advance what we're interested in, pause what we don't, and continue this conversation along with the community in 2 weeks. Trustee Hall?
I just have a quick question for Mark, Mr. Mathers. Would you explained this during the FMP process, and I'm just wondering if you could just expand a little bit on why the FMP process will actually save money in the long run. If you could just expand on that a little bit for, generally having it out there.
Sure. So, this is the CFO's interpretation of the FMP, but the premise of the facilities modernization plan is, right, we have addressed the backlog need of new schools that came about because of growth over the prior 2 decades when the district didn't have money. We're now pivoting to address the insufficient facilities we have in the core areas of the district. And so what we're looking to do with that WC1 funding and rollover bond funding is to modernize our facilities to provide for an equitable level of education for our core areas that we have in outlying areas, and at the same time then examining areas where there has been decreased enrollment, and we can consolidate facilities and reduce the total number of schools, again based on declining enrollment for the district, which is happening across the country due to falling birth rates. So we can provide better, more modern facilities for those areas, but by consolidating, say, 2 schools of 200 to 1 school of 400, we can also achieve at the same time operational savings. And those operational savings can be anywhere from $700,000 to more than $1 million per school, depending on kind of how energy inefficient they are. That comes through reduction of administrative positions and savings in our utilities costs. And so it's a win-win for our community, but also for our operating bottom line.
Yeah, I remember sitting in that meeting and you explained that, and I was like, it was like a light bulb moment. So I appreciate you sharing that. I think it's really important that we keep that as part of the conversation of the process. Thank you.
One quick little comment, and then I'd like to make a motion. I just would like everyone in this room to picture a child and then $400,000. So my motion is going to be to put a pause on the $400,000 reduction to the budget by reducing our district of 4 police officers that protect our children every day. That's my motion. Do I have to say anything else?
You actually do. So if I was reading your mind by what you just said, I would read the motion and just simply omit the school police staffing levels. Just say everything else. If I am understanding that correctly,
Yeah.
just simply don't say that part.
Okay, sorry. Mine was more dramatic, but okay.
I agree.
1 and 2?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to,
Do they need to be separate? Sorry, Neil, they don't need to be separate. Okay.
I would like to make a motion, changes related to the organizational assessments conducted for the offices of business and.
Trustee Westlake, can you start with the I move that the Board of Trustees, can you do the whole
yes.
motion? Thank
Yes.
you.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve staff recommendations in the following areas. Changes related to the organizational assessments conducted for the offices of business and financial services, information technology and communications, and public relations. Number 2, budget recommendations related to education alliance funding, reduction of travel and training budgets for central office, reduction of budgeted electric and gas utilities costs, and 2 additional groundskeeper positions for fields formerly maintained by the City of Sparks. And take a pause on addressing.
We don't need that.
We don't need that. No, scratch.
Nope, just that. So before I ask for a second, it's a clean stop at the words City of Sparks. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So I'll have a little bit of discussion on the motion. I support the motion. Just to be clear, the item that we're pausing is still something that I expect is a conversation that will continue. It's not necessarily a no, it's just not a no right now, okay? And then we will have more conversations later, just as clarity for everyone, okay? Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. And I don't think it's a secret that I am a big fan of our school police. It's hard to identify what doesn't happen because of our school police, but I know in my heart and knowing them that there's a lot of good that happens and there's a lot of ugly that doesn't happen because of our school police. Having said that, there's an element here that worries me a little bit, and it's not about police, it's not about any of these different ways of cutting funds. It's about the background and the research and the collective discussions and culling through the dollars and the numbers that worry me just a little bit, that all of a sudden we're going to take all of that work, and I happen to know Chief Moore worked very hard on identifying ways to help, and I respect that. And so to that, I'm going to have to be a nay, only because of the collective work and heart that went into identifying these, and we are just beginning. So it is nothing personal against our wonderful police department. It is about the collective thinking that I have, that we all have to make some sacrifices. So, thank you.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder, with this still coming back, there will still be the opportunity to have that conversation as well. I will share that I do support the motion because for me, I would like to see how this fits into a larger organizational understanding with reductions among other things, and that's the part that I feel is needed for my depth of understanding. But largely, I agree with you in many ways. Trustee Hung?
Thank you for that insight, Dr. Nicolette. I just wanted to share one area that the reason why I want to support pausing on the school police is because I think, you know, kind of based on what Trustee Westlake said, I think I need a little bit of a bigger picture of how we're going to ensure that our schools are covered. And I have absolute faith in Chief Moore because I taught at Sparks Middle School in the years after that terrible, terrible incident. And Chief Moore was one of the officers who did an extraordinary amount of work to ensure the safety of our school. He was there and he was visible and he did research on his own time and did a lot to support us. So I have absolute faith that student safety is at the top of his mind. But I think for me, I just feel like we need more information about how we're going to make sure that all of our schools are covered and what that looks like. So that's where I am on that. Yeah, so that's where I wanted to say.
All right.
Just
Yes.
the last one there. Earlier you heard me commend your efforts in crunching the numbers and doing all that stuff. And I support that, and you pretty much stole my thunder there, but I agree with you. A lot of hard work's already gone into this. But I do also like, if we want to revisit it again, and you want to get a good look at it, and really ask those questions and deep dive it, totally support that. But if I ask, I'm going to be a nay on this one, because I support the hard work that's already done. And I was able to see the picture already in understanding how it all works, especially with policing. I get it. So that was a good move on your guys' behalf, and you crunched the numbers very well. So thank you.
I appreciate that, and I think this is a really important discussion because the community should see exactly how difficult these decisions are. All right, seeing no other hands up, the motion as it stands, we have a motion by Trustee Westlake. We have Trustee Westlake. We have a second by Vice President Mayberry. Do you have another? Nope. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-2. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much, team. Incredible work on such a difficult and challenging conversation, but we're doing it bravely, we're doing it openly, and we're doing this with our community, so thank you so much. So with that said, it is 4:36 p.m. We will go ahead and take a brief recess of approximately 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, before we get going, just want to make sure that we have Trustee Woodley with us. He is waving at us. All right. It is 5 p.m. on this Tuesday, May 13th, 2025, and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Just prior to this break, we just closed item 3.01, and now we're going to go back into the previously opened section 4. We had previously completed items 401 and 402, and so now we will go ahead and open item 4.03. This is the presentation and discussion from the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission regarding activities for the 2023-24 school year and the 24-25 school year, to include information pertaining to a safety toolkit, public service videos aimed at reaching our families, and discussions pertaining to substance use prevention and possible act to approve proposed goals for the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission for the 2025-26 school year, to include, but not limited to, a continual review of Washoe County School District policies, regulations, procedures, trainings, and practices related to student and staff physical and emotional safety, mental health, and family engagement. This is an item for possible action, and we have with us Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Student Services Officer, and then the Vice Chair of our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, Annie Zucker, who's here on a very special day. It's International Annie's Day, right? Yesterday. Well, close enough, close enough. Annie had a birthday. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we'll let you take it away.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Student Services Officer, and we are very pleased to be here to provide an update on Safe and Healthy Schools Commission activities during the last couple of years and to forecast some goals and get some of your guidance. And I am joined by Annie, our Vice Chair, and she's going to walk you through a lot of those accomplishments. Just quickly, we're going to cover the 2023-24 school year as well as this current school year, and then again we will share goals, proposed goals for the following year. We were in front of you a couple years ago in March talking about some of the goals that the commission had wanted, and you provided some direction there with some revision. But just as a reminder, that included ongoing review of policy and practice. That's always been part of the charge of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. It was for the commission to partner with our Family Schools Partnership Department and Parent University in particular to build this toolkit. It was to explore our substance use prevention practices, including vape detection, and was also to focus a bit on single point of entry at the high school level. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Annie to talk about last school year.
Thank you, Paul. So 2023 to 2024 school year. In September, we reviewed those family school partnerships, family toolkits, including the vaping information, and discussed the annual safety forum. November was a presentation from the vape detection vendor. In December, received the presentation of the Hope Squad suicide prevention and reviewed those family school partnerships, family toolkits. And we had a presentation on bullying awareness. In March, we had a presentation from the Discovery Museum, Mind Matters, reviewed chronic absenteeism efforts and continued planning for the annual safety forum. April, overview of the district strategic plan and board approval for the budgets and discussion of bullying investigation processes. And then in June, received a substance use prevention and vaping recommendations, and that came from the November meeting that we had the presentation by the vape detection vendor. In 2024, here's the highlights, which is that the Safe and Healthy Schools toolkit that you can see there. And then moving into 2020, yeah.
One second. Sorry, Annie, to interrupt you. So what we're going to do really quick is we want to, JJ's going to kind of drive, and we're going to show
perfect.
you the toolkit, because I think it's an amazing accomplishment. And really, I want to thank Delisa Crane and Maria Fernandez from Family School Partnerships. They did a lot of the work, but it was based on the vision of the commission. And so it's at this point, I think there's a couple of places you can enter, but you go to our website, you click on departments, you go to Family School Partnerships, you go into resources, and down the right-hand side, you'll see Safe and Healthy Schools Toolkit. So in the toolkit, then now on the left side, if you scroll down, right, we've got a whole bunch of things for families regarding physical safety in our buildings. There's a bunch of stuff in there on bullying, single point of entry. Then we've got a section on vaping, and this was one of your areas of focus for us. And so you're going to see some of the programming we have in place. We have some videos, tips to parents, what to look for, health impacts. There's a lot of resources here. And in all cases possible, it's both in Spanish and English. That's not always possible. We also have a section on digital safety. I know Dr. Nicolette really recommended we put a lot of attention into that when we met with you guys 2 years ago in March. It was part of our safety forum that year, but it was also part of this toolkit. And then there's also a similar page on social emotional learning. So there's really a wealth of information here for our families put together by the Commission and Family School Partnerships.
It was much better than the photo on the presentation. Thank you.
If you don't mind me asking, this is great. How are we getting this out to parents? Or am I setting up the
You're
next
setting
part?
us up a
there
little
you go.
bit. Yes. Yeah, so really this year we have talked about that as being a focus of all of these tools that we have for our families and tools that we have for our educators, and how we promote those and get those messages out to those who need access to them. So in 2025, I'll kind of run through where we were and then talk about where we are going with these things. So September, we had a fire day, so that meeting was canceled. But in October, we had the Phone Away Learn Today presentation, which now has been brought to implementation. So it's great to see those presentations brought to us as an idea or as in the works, and then for them to come to fruition and have those presentations given to us when they have actually come to fruition. December discussed that single point of entry overview of the opioid response grant, and identified the topics for short videos to replace the annual safety forum. As you guys remember, the annual safety forum was again one of those things that we had as a directive and an idea to from between the commission and the board, but then realizing that the audience was not being served the way that we wanted it to be served, or the people that needed access to those tools needed them. So we have worked with Andy to do an incredible job with video production of some of these really high need topics that need to get out to the community. I hope that you've seen some of the videos that she's produced, because they're incredible, and I think that many of you guys have been in those videos. February's our safety and belonging presentation, review of the bullying efforts with some focus on athletics, suicide prevention presentation. And I want to point out that this is the power of this commission, is that we have these ideas or these presentations made to us, and we can take action to bring these to the board. So this was an item that was brought to the board, was around the bullying, the suicide prevention efforts. And then the road safety video, again, a really great video that was made by the communications team. And then April, we were able to learn about the physical safety updates by the school police. Again, one of those, starting with an idea or the concept that was brought to the commission at one time and then brought to fruition in the schools that were the pilot schools for the physical safety. A presentation on MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support, bathroom safety presentation, and reviewed the video on suicide prevention that should be out this month. I have not seen it yet to the public, but I'm sure it is out there. And then June, we plan to continue the discussion around the bathroom safety and review the substance misuse video.
Let me just add one thing too, in response to President Smith's question. So we have sent out regularly, and this occurred especially last school year. There was a monthly family connections say like a newsletter coming out from the school district where we highlighted where you could find the toolkit. And there for a while it was very prominent on our webpage, and you know, things change and other things kind of take up space, and so it is a little bit buried right now. But we have every intention of recirculating that to our families so that they're aware of where that is. On the next page, so Annie's going to be really, sorry.
Oh, but before we go to the next page, are we staying on this slide or are you going to the next one?
The next slide is going to show one of the videos that Ms. Zucker was just referencing.
Okay, can we stay on this one? So for number 6, I very much appreciate that there was a continuation of the discussion of bathroom safety, and maybe we'll talk more about it with the potential goals for next year. But vaping was really under bathroom safety, and I don't think we've really seen anything about that. And while we did pass an important policy change around vaping, I don't believe we've actually seen any other tactics or abatement or bathroom safety, because as far as I know, even just from last week, I'm still told how many bathrooms are locked in our comprehensive high school. So I just wanted to kind of couch that to see how those discussions were coming.
That will be something that I will bring up in the June meeting for sure.
Well, and then we can also talk about that with the goals too, because that was one of the goals that we had set back in 2023. All right, thank you.
And please let me try to address that as well from an administrative perspective. So in the fall, in October, you did receive a memorandum from the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission in which they talked about the need for prevention policy, a comprehensive policy, which could include, or not the policy, the practices could include vape detection. They see it as a viable strategy, but not the one strategy to deal with substance use prevention. So that has been their ongoing recommendation. But you did give us direction to continue to learn about that, and we're doing that. I will share that I've worked with Mr. Searcy, our Chief Operating Officer, with Superintendent Ernst, and we have thought about how can we implement vape detection in some of our high schools. All of our high schools may not want it. It might not be the strategy they see as most important. Some definitely do. And so as part of that kind of remodel schedule where we're already providing some changes to the buildings, we are looking into the ability to provide them with some vape detection. We've looked at, for example, schools that are under 1,500 students in terms of population, being able to install in up to 4 bathrooms. Schools between 1,500 and 1,800, up to 6 bathrooms. Above 1,800, up to 8 bathrooms. And again, that wouldn't all happen at once. It would happen over time. And part of the reason why I'm answering this way is the commission has made it clear that they recommend that that is a viable strategy, but they don't have a budget to execute it. So we are an ability through capital funding where we can, with direction, do that. We haven't gone out to formal bidding, but based on the information we do know from some of our schools, for the buildings where we would have 4 bathrooms, that's probably going to be minimum $10,000. So if all of our schools, based on those sizes, take advantage of all those bathrooms, we're talking about an investment of around $200,000. Again, it would be capital, so it doesn't really impact what Mr. Mathers was presenting earlier. But over time, there would also have to be maintenance, so there are considerations around that.
That's excellent, and I'm really grateful for it. And thank you for the distinction, because obviously we just had a very difficult conversation. But it's good to know that these could potentially be capital funding items. So thank you so much. And then I also see Trustee Westlake has a question.
Thank you, President Smith. I just wanted to make a comment. In my board report today, I've got some pictures. I was invited by Reed High School to their world history classes, their teachers and their students, a presentation on safety in bathrooms. And vaping was a big one. It was a big one because the kids, they don't feel safe when they go in the bathroom. They're uncomfortable. Also, the kids are basically eloping. I mean, they're not leaving the building. They're just hovering and loitering in the bathrooms, and they're not present. They're absent for instruction. So, I mean, it affects so many other little things, not just the health of the student that is participating in that behavior. It affects others around them, being absent in the classroom. So I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much.
So on the next slide, what we're going to show you is what Ms. Zucker was referencing. So last year they partnered with Family School Partnerships. This year they've partnered with Andy Casanari and Michelle Anderson, our communications chief. And Andy's done an amazing job with the vision of the commission developing videos. We've released one on safe routes or traffic safety. It's more than just safe routes. This one, in keeping with Mental Health Awareness Month, is around suicide prevention and mental health. So I'll be quiet.
A lot of anxiety. We see anxiety coming through the door all the time.
I would say probably anxiety and depression.
I was that depressed person once upon a time. Like I used to struggle a lot with depression and feelings of suicide.
The constant knot of anxiety became a familiar companion. A heavy blanket of depression settled over me, making even the simplest tasks feel impossible to accomplish.
It's really hard to come to school every day and learn if you are anxious or worried.
I think our middle schoolers are under a lot of pressure. They're going through a lot of changes emotionally, physically, socially. It's such a big, big time of change for them.
Often kids don't always have the skills they need, things like coping skills, ways to manage their emotions.
It put me in a very dark place for so long. It felt like I was barricaded in quicksand with no way out.
The impact of social media has been pretty significant. When they leave school, they don't actually get away from the social pressures or the bullying or the fear of, will this get posted? They're asking for help. They just don't know how to verbally ask for help.
Changes is key. Most people, according to research, have outward changes. You know, hygiene, diet, sleep, withdrawing.
Isolation, if they're in their room more often, if they are more irritable than they have been in the past.
There are some students out there that can mask it very well.
One of my teens said mental health is heavier than what adults are willing to address. They found that when they talk with adults about their experiences, it might be overgeneralized or dismissed.
A big one for me is not giving up. Kids are struggling, they're having a hard time navigating things. Understand that they are facing things that we haven't faced and coming at it with curiosity versus judgment.
I think providing them with the consistency and the structure at school, the positive relationships, you know, even just that connection with one adult is a huge piece of it for kids.
So joining ROTC was kind of the first step. It was a very tight-knit community, and then that's when I realized, hey, I want to do sports too. So the first sport I ended up joining was wrestling. Very hard sport, but you know, it got me physically in shape and I loved it. Sports will for sure build some sort of confidence. Hope Squad is a peer-to-peer group for sure. It's also a community.
It is a peer-to-peer suicide prevention curriculum. So the students work on getting lessons and learning how to talk to their peers. They look for signs of potential suicide risks and dangers.
I wanted to heal, and the decision to seek professional help was the first step toward it, so I did it. You are not alone. If I can do it, so can you.
If you or someone you know needs support, talk to a trusted adult or seek professional help. You are not alone.
So again, the audience for these videos are families, and really in that amount of time you can't do much more than build some awareness. But hopefully families might see a student in the video that's just like their own child. It also helps to normalize these issues, destigmatize these issues, and it points them in the direction of valuable resources and an awareness that there are people in the schools that care about their children. It is a safe place to be. There are ways to get connected. So hopefully you see some value in that. I think the idea over time is to build a bank of resources for families that address very specific topics. So more to come in the future.
What I think is fantastic about these is it's storytelling the strategic plan in a real way. It's taking that strategic plan and putting it into life. And it's not just the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. You could see the theme of your strategic plan interwoven into all of these things. So kudos to everybody that's really helped with that. Possible goals for 2025 and 2026. I can tell you that this commission is really, really dedicated, and they will take on whatever goal is set forth in front of them in the amount of time that we have to work towards these goals. So one of them being review policy, regulations, training, and practices related to both physical and social emotional safety. Promote training of Washoe County School District educators in the area of mental wellness and suicide prevention. Continued development and implementation of a comprehensive substance use prevention plan, and further development of informational videos to reach parents, guardians, and families regarding important school safety information. Any questions or other things that we should be considering?
Yeah, I have a question. I think these are all really great goals, but none of them are measurable. And so when we talk about SMART goals and being able to measure our goals, we can promote training, but how do we know that it's making an impact? Because there is no measurable piece. Mm-hmm. So I personally would really like to see something, a little bit more clear as to how we're going to know that they're working. Because that could be very anecdotal, mm-hmm. all of the responses there. So that's my only concern about these goals.
Thank you, President Smith. Thinking about what you just said, because that is important. We want to make sure where we're putting our effort, we're gaining ground. Is there any way we could get numbers on how many vaping incidents, how many bullying incidents, how many cries for help, suicide cries for help now, and then see where we're at in a year or 6 months and compare to see if it is actually having an effect?
Thank you for the question, and this is a really interesting conversation, and here's why. And this is just from my perspective. I'm just speaking from my perspective right now. We're talking about the commission and their goals, and they have very limited ability to actually carry some of these things out. So, as Ms. Zucker said, and I think she said it very well, that video sort of embodies in many ways big pieces of our strategic plan. So yes, we should be evaluating whether or not educators are attending the trainings that we need them to attend. And the commission can help us promote the availability of these things, but quite frankly, that accountability piece, that's an administrative piece. It's not the commissioners. So I appreciate that you want some measurement, and they review data. So part of what we were trying to capture and really being fairly detailed on those were meeting agendas is they are looking at a lot of information all year long, not the very specific goal items. So Ms. Zucker has asked on more than one occasion for legal to come and talk through bullying processes and provide data around what's happening, how many events. Can we learn from schools about when they're effective in dealing with a bullying situation? At our next meeting, they are going to hear, hopefully, we haven't approved the agenda yet, but from our crisis response teams. They want to know what that looks like. So it's an interesting, because you're talking about a voluntary commission that's doing work on your behalf. I think you're talking about holding me and our office and our district accountable to these outcomes.
Dr. LaMarca, I absolutely concur, having served on Safe and Healthy Schools Commission for, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years. I sometimes felt that our hands were tied because we didn't have funds, we didn't have authority, so we did have to shiv it. New word, shift and we had to shiv it. Oh my, that was too close. To asking the right questions and using the tools that were already available. For example, the climate survey, I'm certain you review that because there is a lot of information that my colleague had mentioned in that survey. So it's just, I understand, and sometimes I felt frustrated because things were moving too slow, but it's a volunteer group, it's a commission who cares passionately, and you don't actually do the work.
But it's something to me that we can ask the questions that need to be asked, and we can ask for the data, and then we can sit with community members that are subject matter experts in their field to ask for the to recommend that a recommendation be made to the board, and then those things can really take action. And I think that that's a powerful commission role.
And I think that that's where I was kind of going. So, for example, with review policy, regulation, training, and practices related to both physical and social emotional safety, and bring any recommendations to the board. That would be an actionable, potentially measurable item, because then we, as a board, can work with the superintendent and the leadership to ensure that those things that there's data behind that, right? So I totally understand where you're coming from, Dr. LaMarca. It's not that they can make policy changes, but because you're getting the expert conversation, you're digging into that data more than we can do here. What I'm really looking for is maybe clear guidance as to what are they going to do with all of that, right? So they're going to promote the training. Okay, but what are we going to do with that, right? So I think maybe just a little bit more detailed, but keeping in mind that you don't have a budget nor a policy ability. So I do understand that part, yeah.
And I just had one comment. Really, it had nothing to do with that, but it had to do with partnering with the community and trying to find other resources that are out there that are available and those types of things. Community type of effort for the district moving forward. Are you guys doing that already, or is that something you plan on doing? I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, so a perfect example would be in that number 2, in that promotion of training of the Washoe County School District educators. This training, well, until there's been some changes with all changes as we talked in budget cuts, but up until recently, much of that training was out in our community for free. We just were not promoting it to our educators and to the child-facing adults. So being brought as a recommendation to the board, you guys said, yes, look into this and start promoting. So that's through our community partners, really. So the State Office of Suicide Prevention, they offer that training. How do we get that training in front of the students? Much of the school district actually, the department actually offers some of that training, but how do we get that out to the people? So to your point, the community has a lot of access to many of these areas that address safe and healthy schools. And how do we get our partners engaged? If you saw on that video, there was like 10 logos following and resources. So making sure that we are in step with those community partners is really important.
JJ, can we go to public comment on this item?
Pablo Navaduran.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
Hello guys, my name is Paul Navaduran. I'm a substitute teacher for Washoe County School District. So I want to give you a reminder that we do have a student mental health increase in our school, May school. That includes Reed High School, Winter High School, all kinds of stuff, from middle school to high school. So I will support that motion to approve this recognition, because those students need help. We need to try to reach their parent, guardian, families, and we need to teach about the substance use, drug, and mental wellness, suicide prevention, and SEL lesson. It's very important for both physical and social and emotional safety. So I will prove that changes. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, so I'll bring it back to this board. We have a motion before us.
We do have one
Oh.
additional slide. Can we do
Oh,
that really
yes,
quick?
absolutely.
Sure, and I have to say Chief Moore kind of stole our thunder, but we learned last month that it's always better when you bring a dog. So Astro is here, and his officer, Officer Bowers, and as Mr. Moore stated, Chief Moore stated, the intent is to train Astro with narcotics identification in addition to gun identification. And so this will be part of that comprehensive prevention strategy that we are using within our school. So that hopefully will be a highlight for next year. And now we did have a superintendent recommendation for you.
Thank you, Madam President. Just really quick comment. Let me chime in. I appreciate some of the feedback that all my colleagues have provided. I just want to say in this divisive, dangerous world we seemingly live in here at home and throughout our state, throughout our nation, I'm grateful for the work that you and your committee and you do, Dr. LaMarca, for our students today, every day. So thank you for that. It's sometimes unfortunate that we even have to have a commission called Safe and Healthy Schools, but that's where we are. So please continue to do your work, and we support you. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, but first say that what I really love about the commissioner's work is that you look at the whole child in the spaces that they're at and their families and their experiences, and that makes a big difference. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the goals outlined by the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission for the 2025-2026 school year.
I second.
All right, seeing no lights on or discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Oh, there he is.
There we go. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Zucker. We really appreciate you. And clearly, we are very excited about the work that's happening. And we're really glad to see Safe and Healthy Schools twice in such a short amount of time. So we hope to keep that up. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, that closes item 4.03, and we'll move on now to item 4.04. This is the discussion and possible action to provide preliminary approval to the proposed revisions to Board Policy 7105, School Capacity Management and Attendance Zones, and initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for possible action, and we have with us on both sides our Chief Operations Officer, Adam Searcy, and our Chief Legal Counsel, Neil Rombardo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Adam Searcy for the record. This item really traces back to a board request and presentation item that we held about 2 months ago. If you all recall, March 11th, we talked about really a pretty comprehensive discussion of the history of the Zoning Advisory Committee, its origins, its work over the past 8 years, and some thoughts on how it might continue to serve the community into the future. Of course, since that time, we've been working with the Office of General Counsel and myself and others to bring this item back to you. And you have also, in the meantime, heard from the Zoning Advisory Committee and gone a bit into the deep end as far as the work that they do and how that impacts the community in a variety of different ways. We started, the request, the conversation on March 11th was, the beginning of a conversation. It was a little open-ended. We took from that and targeted Board Policy 7105, as you see here on the screen, an existing policy that really speaks to attendance zones and the role of the trustees and the community. This is a pretty good policy, actually. It already includes points of emphasis around minimizing the frequency of changes, annual reviews of facility utilization in conjunction with the capital program, multiple points of emphasis around community engagement and providing families choice and whatnot. And then, of course, this policy also is the policy through which the Zoning Advisory Committee is created. So for those reasons, I kind of wanted to highlight those because I do think it's a pretty strong existing policy, but we targeted this policy for the revisions that you see before you here in Attachment A. So there's a lot of red lines all over this document, all for the purposes of clarity and consistency. We'd be certainly happy to discuss any of those with you. If we're going to open up a board policy, we're going to go ahead and modernize it and make some edits to help it be more understandable and consistent. But really, for the purposes of this item, I want to bring your attention to Section 8 on page 4, where we inserted an additional paragraph just a little bit further down. There we go. In association with really the paragraph that does establish the Zoning Advisory Committee. As you can see, this draft inserts the language which will indicate that recommendations from the committee will be presented to the board at least one school year ahead of the implementation of the change, the rezoning, and at least 2 years ahead of implementation for any rezoning for which there is a school closure involved. We also included the opening phrase, "to the extent possible," so as to allow for this intention to be included, the sentiment to be expressed, while still providing flexibility to the Board of Trustees when necessary. So that's really it. This was our best effort. This is a draft to try to capture the intentions expressed by the board on March 11th. As we discussed on March 11th, there are some pros and cons to this approach, and as we experienced, some of those literally over the past couple of meetings, or 2 meetings ago rather. However, this Attachment A is our draft to provide you something to work with and begin this possible board policy revision process. So that's all I really have to present. We're open for any questions. Thank you.
I'd like to start with a thank you. These revisions address exactly what I was hoping personally. I'm seeing a nod from Trustee Hall as well, because it maintains what has been working beautifully since 2016, which is the timeline when we open a school or do zoning changes based on an overpopulation of students, and it represents that when there is a consolidation of schools, a different approach is perhaps needed. And I think that that would have been very helpful in the zoning matters we just had. So these changes absolutely hit the nail on the head, and I'm incredibly grateful for it.
I'm grateful for the addition of "to the extent possible," because there are so many times when, we think we're in control, but we're really not, and it's a good way to handle business. I have a question about Administrative Regulation 7087. Is there a reason it's not included on page 6 under the policy reflects the goals of the district? It's about school closures. Is it not relevant in my mind? Maybe it was too early in the morning. In my mind, it seemed very relevant and should be included, but it's not something I would insist on. It's just a curious question. For example, 7087, yeah? Yeah.
So the board policy on board policy leaves the guidance documents to our office, and it specifically says we don't need to bring it back to the board. Yeah. So if you want it in there, we'll get it in there. How about that? Deal? Okay. I think it probably does relate.
Thank you.
It's relevant. That's a That's a good comment. Thank you.
JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
Justin Solomon.
Welcome. Good to see you again, Justin. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, well, I just hope
Our
everyone's
resident
well.
rock star from Des Moines Ranch. Oh, sorry. Can we please reset his time, because I was calling him the resident rock star at Des Moines Ranch. Thank you.
Okay. So I just wanted to give my quick thoughts on this proposal, especially because, you know, about a month or two ago, our students were very mad about those zoning changes. And it was, I think Tyler Rogers, the president of the Zoning Advisory Committee, who basically said this was, the Vaughn Middle School rezoning was probably the most challenging, and I think we need to learn a lesson from that, and that we need better long-term planning. I wasn't here, but I know we just did the budget, and we had like a $10 million deficit. We spent $125 million on Vaughn, and 10 years from now, Vaughn will be at 60% capacity. I know we can only use WC1 funds for that, but can we have some logic, common sense? You know, we have declining enrollments. We have all of these schools that are, you know, getting down in capacity. Marcy Hers, 60% soon. So I just think we need to be a little bit smarter about that. And I do think, you know, 2 years will be better. I mean, but I also think, you know, we need to just, you know, anticipate zoning while we design a school, because the elementary school, you know, at Pine, it's going to be Dodson and Smithridge. Did anyone ever think these kids go to different high schools? You know, how heartbreaking will it be to, you know, be with your friends and then split at high schools? And I mean, why couldn't we have done Hidden Valley and Dodson and then Donner Springs and Smithridge together? So I do think that was that issue there. And I think, you know, Wooster High School, what is it, like $200 million? They're going to get rebuilt soon. 10 years from now, Wooster will be at 900 kids. Vaughn can hold 1,200 kids. I mean, what do we do about that? I mean, it's a big school. We have these big buildings. It costs a lot of money to operate these schools, especially when they're being capacitated. You know, I mean, some comment I heard from some of our parents and students was that, you know, you all voted to send Huffaker to Swope. That would put them at 100% capacity, 97. We couldn't go to DePoli. That would have put them at 90%. What I heard was that we're really only going to be put to Vaughn because the district didn't want to look stupid building, you know, an $120 million building for it to only be at 50% capacity and, you know, 40% 10 years down the line. But, you know, as we build these new schools, I think a guiding question should be how are we going to manage all these capacities? You know, enrollments are declining. Schools like Marcy Hers, DePoli, Des Moines Ranch, they're still modern schools, and those schools still need to be populated. And I don't see the logic in populating one school at the expense of another. Like, all these schools need to be populated. So I think we need to build schools for the correct size of the community. Maybe that would have been Vaughn at like 700 students or 800 students. But I mean, you have a high school, I mean, when Vaughn opens up, all of Wooster could fit into Vaughn. When Vaughn opens, that's like 2 years from now. And I mean, like, wow, I mean, I don't know. That's something for you all to figure out as we go ahead. Long-term planning with our budget deficit. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate your advocacy.
That's all I have.
Thank you. And Mr. Solomon, you're graduating, right, in June? We will see you on that stage. We will see you on that stage.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hello, guys. So I'm here for the school meeting about this policy. So I know this policy needs to be changed because that policy 7105 was created when after WC1 was passed it, and they're clear about overcrowding all kinds of school. That's good, you know, that included building up the, you know, expansion for Des Moines Ranch High School to really overcrowd it, you know, to get more space at Des Moines Ranch, because it used to be a very high growth rate when I was in college, freshman college, sophomore college, you know, it was very high. You know, Des Moines used to be very high until their rezone to, because of a building of new Marcy Hurst Middle School, they had to refill Marcy Hurst Middle School, and they refill Vaughn Hurst Middle School. They're rezoned from Des Moines to Galena High School, and that's why the Neal kid and the Huffaker family have rezoned our Galena because to leave overcrowded because they're concerned about overcrowded Galena as well. So as we remember, the 2019 school board ZAC meeting, and then we send them to Des Moines Ranch High School. You know, the Des Moines is having declining since the pandemic. You know, I did not see that coming because I thought that the Des Moines Ranch was very high growth area in South Reno. You know, it's used to be a high growth area in South Reno, but not anymore. Now, I'll go to Spanish Green High School and North Valley High School. They're growing in that north side of this town. The southern side of this town were declining as well. So I would support these amendments because we're a different area of this. We're a new area of this school. You know, I do support of eliminating a vertical alignment for Dawson Smith Ridge. Go to school together. You know, just in case if they're going different middle school, because that is a Spanish community because their community have been for a long time. So what happened if Dawson doesn't want to go to New Elementary School at Pine Campus? What are we going to do? Well, we'll support that policy. I'm going to start rezoning for fall, start communicating with the Dawson family, telling them how I feel comfortable. You want to send that kid down to a New Elementary School further down, bus either Smith Ridge or Hidden Valley. But it's just not Smith Ridge, but from Matthew Elementary School with consultation with K. Smith, because there's a zone for different middle school and high school. So I would support that amendment. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navaduran.
That's all I have.
All right. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Searcy, for your presentation and for the changes that you made in this, along with obviously our council. We really appreciate your hard work. This particular item, the thing that comes to my mind is the statement "words matter," because I had some concerns with number 8 as it relates to putting it in writing, giving or requiring 2 years notification. I do like the words "to the extent possible." Words matter. And the reason why, because in my experience, in government, whenever you have an impact, a change, or you change the fees, or you have any significant change to businesses, NRS requires a business impact statement. And it requires a 30-day notification to have meetings with the industry, all those that it impacts, to make sure you get their input and you take into consideration the impacts on their business or their ability to stay in business. And I've seen situations where we had, on certain occasion, we had to work on it for 2 years, such as, for example, marijuana, when we were legalizing marijuana. But on other situations, we were able to do it in 6 months. We didn't need that long. And sometimes we actually did do it in 2 months. So my concern with having in writing 2 years, I was really concerned with that, because I can see individuals that if we didn't stick to exactly 2 years, or someone didn't get their 2-year notice, that they make the claim, if we have an emergency situation, I don't know, we have asbestos in a building that needs to be shut down, or something, anything can happen, something that we have to do immediately. And I could see someone who feels aggrieved, whether it's through litigation or, try to smear us in the media, to say that we don't keep our word or we don't follow our own written policies. That's what my concern was. But having that language, "to the extent possible," is letting everyone know up front. We're not guaranteeing that each and every time we will be able to do this with 2 years notice. So I appreciate that language. Thank you.
I do too. I think that, this was originally a really deep discussion, and I think you, COO Searcy, and our Chief Legal Counsel did a pitch-perfect job of threading the needle between recognizing that there's different timelines for different needs, and to the extent possible reflects that we can only do the best we can in each given situation. So I completely agree with what my colleagues have said, and I'm very, very grateful that we have an option like this. So thank you very, very much. Trustee Phoenix, followed by Trustee Hull.
The only comment I had, thanks Alex for that and all the hard work that you went through, Again, not to go over everything, but the extent possible. But the other on our motion, you're putting it out there to the public. So you're hearing their feedback and what they really have to say about this. That is huge for me. So thank you for that.
Thank you for this. I think that it really does fall in line with ensuring that we're not designing buildings before we're anticipating who's going to go there. I also wanted to bring up another word in section 8 here. It says is anticipated to close, and I think that solves a lot of what Trustee Woodley was just saying. Dr. Nicolette brought this up earlier. When we had the Davis fire, if there had been terrible damage to Galena High School, that would not have been an anticipated closure. So that's a different situation, and that is covered in that policy that you brought up. So thank you for bringing that up. So I think that this covers it. My intention with bringing this item up 2 meetings ago was simply that before we even design a school, we have some clear ideas of who's going there and how many kids that includes. And the 2 years, to the extent possible, is part of that conversation. And I think that's the most important part, is that we're including that in the conversation. And I think that the rezoning with Vaughn is a perfect example of how we admittedly could have done better in communication. We could have done better with all of it. Smithridge and Dodson are now going to 2 different high schools, and there may be a possibility we have to relook at zoning at some point. And those are big things that, have to be dealt with. So if we can do it 2 years in advance, at least get some ideas, I think it's really, really important. So thank you for doing this. I know there's some downsides to it. I know that I know that populations can change and shift, but I think it's really important to make sure that the communities are involved in the decision making. Sure, I would love to. Okay. All right. I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to the proposed revisions of Board Policy 7105, School Capacity Management and Attendance Zones, and initiates the 13-day public review and comment period.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Hall. We have a second by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no hands or lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, thank you so much. That closes item 4.04 and section 4 in its entirety. And we move on now to section 5, our reports, starting with item 5.01, our student representatives report with Annie.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to update since we're kind of wrapping up the end of the year, so it's been busy, but not much regarding student voice. The bill, sadly, is kind of not working, but Michael Keyes has worked to start a petition online, so he's asking for 2,000 votes, and I think we're at like 1,300 right now. So that's going well, and regardless, we're still getting word out about the importance of having students on school boards and student representation in the education system. So no matter what, it's a win. But yeah, that was just kind of a little bit sad. Also, we will be voting on our new president, so hopefully anyone interested for Student Voice president will come to one of these meetings before, since we made it a requirement so that they know what they're getting into. And then I'm not sure when we'll know who it is, but it will be soon. And hopefully you guys will get to meet some of the candidates at any of the next meetings. That's kind of all I have as we wrap up for graduation and all of our AP tests, but it's all going well and summer is near.
All right, thank you so much, Annie. All right, that closes item 5.01 and brings us now to item 5.02, our board reports. Also, Trustee Woodley has left the meeting, and so he has other matters that he has to attend to. And are you ready to lead us off, Dr. Nicolette?
Oh, yes. Thank you. So I want to preface all of this with this is the clapping season. It seems like everything I go to, and this is a wonderful thing, we clap about something. There's good news all over the place. There's fun all over the place. As a matter of fact, my beautiful bauble, it's all diamonds. I'm sure you believe me. Received this morning at the volunteer recognition luncheon by Seniors in Service, foster grandparents, senior companions. Wonderful group of people who do 94,000 volunteer hours in a year. It comes to $2,400,000 worth of work that they do from the heart. And I sat next to our volunteer Lori, who's through AARP as a Seniors in Service, and she works in our volunteer services department here at Washoe County School District. To continue with the clapping season, I attended the JROTC Awards. This is all about clapping, in summary. Musical and theatrical performances. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I read the proclamation at the Reno City Council for Teacher Appreciation Week, delivered T-shirts and donuts at several schools. That was really fun, making people happy that way. The Vaughn Middle School topping out and steel beam signing event. And on behalf of the trustees, I thanked the audit committee who keeps us well and good. They're a hardworking group of volunteer experts. I attended Truckee Meadows Community College farewell event for President Karn Hilgersom. Vice President, he's Vice President right now of Student Services, Dr. Jeffrey Alexander will be taking her spot, and we're very excited about that. I say we because I was an employee at Truckee Meadows Community College for 25 years. I'm still a lizard. And then beginning June 4th, we will be attending 20 Washoe County School District graduations. So again, I reference this is the clapping season.
All right. I now see how many fantastic people we have here for public comment. So I will offer to my colleagues anyone that wants to yield their time in the interest of getting to public comment for the next section as well.
Yeah, Madam President, I'll be happy to yield my time, please. Thank you.
Okay. You don't have to. Nope, just start going. No, that's okay.
Maybe I over with. Okay, ready, set, go. I attended the FMP meeting with Blue Cottage for the new admin building. Excited to see that coming about. Spark City Council with Trustee Mayberry, where a proclamation was read, Teacher Appreciation. Hug JROTC 56th Annual Award Ceremony. Principal McElhaney and Corporate Lieutenant Corporal Admari Cruz Barajas. The dedication to each other and the program is amazing. Reed JROTC, I attended that. Sparks JROTC with Trustee Nicolette and Mayberry. I read at Sun Valley Kindergarten classes. I took biscottis to honor the teachers at Agnes Risley for Teacher Appreciation. And I also took ice cream sandwiches to kinder through fifth grades. They accepted my challenge, must be present to win competition. Principal Melissa Sullivan is amazing and her teachers are amazing. Reed High School Musical, Mamma Mia, I would put them up against the Pioneer Auditorium. I saw the Mamma Mia presentation at Pioneer. The dad, Sam, Bill, and Harry characters were awesome. The set, amazing. Even the stage choreography was amazing. World history classes invited me for the presentation on the project that they had for addressing bathroom safety, and this slide's awesome. They don't want a gold throne, they just want a good bathroom experience because there are issues, as you can see, so it's important that I'm listening to the students. They have excellent advocacy. I took donuts to Alice Maxwell because they accepted my attendance challenge. To 8 classes achieved 95% or better attendance. Shout out to Principal Colleen Winter and my friend Lori Stock, who is a teacher there. She is challenging her students to go a straight 10 days at 100% attendance, and she's on her way. I deliver donuts to Diedrichson and Moss. This is the art project for Mendive Middle School. Amazing. I was a judge, trustee. Mayberry was a judge. I mean, the work these kids do is amazing. Attended the interfaith breakfast at the Atlantis with Diane, topping off beam, signing the beam. I was class of 1975 at Vaughn Middle School. Go Eagles. And then Beth and I went to the VIP after the Courage Worldwide on sex trafficking. So I'm sorry, I can only give 5 minutes back, 5 seconds back.
I do have some pictures, so I would
Sorry,
like to share.
I don't
No,
usually
okay.
go to the pictures.
I'll start. Okay, so I attended several JROTC award ceremonies, and it was awe-inspiring, and I just have to shout out Incline. The majority of their ROTC students are women. It was incredible. And then at Galena, 2 of the ladies from Galena got accepted to multiple military academies, including one of them being accepted to every single military academy. Every single one. Incredible. I got to visit my very good friend Mariah Erickson's kindergarten classroom. She was my son's first grade teacher. And we got to see a PBS Discovery lesson. And the CEO of PBS surprised me. We've been friends for a long time. We worked together with my full-time job, and they surprised me, and they did the lesson with us, and it was really, really cool. That's the little video of the kids shouting, so excited that their robots worked. We all were at the topping off ceremony. It was really fantastic, such a cool experience. And then, I know it's taking a little while, sorry, yeah, and I got to, my other favorite kindergarten teacher is my very good friend Nicole at Dodson, and so I was so excited to get to deliver t-shirts to Dodson Elementary on Friday. That was really, really neat. And then I got to also visit with some political science students from UNR. Ava on the right was actually my intern this last year, so that was extra special that I got to help her with an assignment related to being a trustee. And then the big thing was I got to attend my very amazing mentor Joyce Woodhouse's induction into the Senate Hall of Fame, along with Pete Goichea, 2 incredible legislators who just fight for education. And so that was really special. And that's it. Oh, almost a minute.
Yeah, you did good.
I did good.
We're trying.
I only have one, and that's I attended the 9th Annual Pipe Bowl where I did the welcoming. We had schools from Reed, Worcester, Spanish Springs, Fort McDermott, Yerington High School, and Natchez. The Natchez kids sung the flag song, so that was huge. We had 4th graders, and it was about 100 people in attendance. So I'll keep it short, and thanks. Yerington.
That comes to me. I have lots to say, but I will yield because I want to hear what you have to say. So that closes item 5.02 and brings us now to item 5.03, which Superintendent Ernst has already said that he planned on yielding his time in recognition of the public comment. So that closes item 5.03 and section 5 in its entirety. And we move on now to section 6, our closing items, starting with item 6.01, our public comment. JJ, who were we welcoming up first?
Rachel Pimpkin.
Welcome, Rachel, and you are a very special person to me. Oh, so I know we're doing the clapping, and actually, if I will take a point of privilege because your daughter was my mentor
Yes, and
with
she
the
loves you.
TMCC, yes, program. So very excited to see you here. But good mention that I'm going to mention to everyone, we 100% always support everybody who's talking. But in order to maintain a consistent experience for every speaker, we just go ahead and, we can certainly show appreciation, but we just make sure that we just maintain listening and then like having everyone come up and down, and then it goes a little bit quicker that way too. And then also standard discussion that I always have prior to closing public comment, we'll want to go ahead and look at the rules that we have up on the slides as it relates to the certain categories of speech. And with that said, thank you so much. Take it away.
I appreciate it. All right. Good evening. My name is Rachel Pipkin, and I am currently a teacher at Stead Elementary School. I have been teaching for Washoe County School District for 20 years. I've been working at Stead Elementary for 4 years. From my first day at Stead, I quickly realized what a great place this was to work. From the staff, the families, and the community, I knew this is where I wanted to stay. When I started 4 years ago, I knew nothing about a new school being built, and is not why I wanted to be at Stead. I wanted to be at Stead because it is where I felt I belonged. The relationships I have built along the way with the staff and the families has been and continues to be extremely important to me. They are the reason I love coming to my job each and every day. On December 18th, we were called to the cafeteria for a meeting about the new school. At first, I was excited to hear about how we would get to take our jobs and continue to the new building. I thought, how amazing! I had never opened a new school, and now I would get to. But my excitement quickly turned to dismay and uncertainty when the meeting took a huge turn for the worse. We were actually told that we may not have our jobs after all. From that day forward, the anxiety and the stress from all of this has been extremely overwhelming and not easy to deal with. Yet I'm expected to act like nothing is wrong and keep a positive attitude. I have had families that have children in kindergarten tell me, we can't wait till you are our child's teacher at the new school. I put on a smile knowing I may not even be at Stead anymore, and that saddens me. Imagine the job that you have right now, and you are told they're going to build a nice new office, but you have to reapply for your job, and you may not get that job. There is no way you would feel okay about this decision, and that's how I feel about the decision made. You need to honor the staff that want to continue onto the new Stead building. And then after us, make it clear in your contract the expectations the district has for new schools being built. I am aware that there is a unique hiring process for when schools merge, but this does not make sense in our situation. Thank you for your time and consideration regarding this important matter.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Katie Pitts.
Welcome, Ms. Pitts. Thank you so much for being here.
Good evening. My name is Katie Pitts, and I'm a second grade teacher at Stead Elementary. I am here tonight to tell the story of how I've been feeling since we learned in December that all Stead staff members would have to apply for our jobs as the school transitioned into its new building. To begin, earlier this school year, sometime in the fall, I was counting how many years I've taught for the school district. I realized that 10 years have come and gone, and somehow I've taught for the Washoe County School District for 12 years. In that realization, it struck me that I've never once been recognized by the district concerning my years of service. Upon asking some of my colleagues with far more years if they have ever been acknowledged for their years of dedication, they have all said they have not. From the corporate world and retail to healthcare and even warehousing, employees are honored for their years of service. Why is this not the case in education? It's beyond disheartening and discouraging to realize that one can spend their entire working life at an institution that doesn't take the time to personally recognize their employees. Then right before winter break, a time that should be about joy, happiness, and relaxation, the Stead staff is told in so many words that they are not good enough to move to the new building like we had been told from the beginning. Unlike all the other school staff who've received new buildings, we'd have to interview for a position we already hold. It's my belief that this was not simply a coincidence, that the pilot school for this new move would be a Title I school. Suddenly, someone who hasn't been told directly from the administration office, thank you for teaching 12 years of classes. Thank you for spending your own time and money so your underprivileged students can create positive connections to learning. Thank you for maintaining a high level of professionalism and expertise in what you do. Thank you for being a highly effective teacher for 10 years, is finally being seen, but not in the way I want to be. After 12 years of dedication, I'm being seen as someone who is not good enough for new tables, fresh floors, and a reliable HVAC system. I understand that in the last week, the district has walked back this plan, but it is not in writing yet. Despite how this plays out, the damage has been done. I want you to know what a profoundly negative impact this decision has been on not only myself, but every single staff member at STED and our families. Not only do the remaining staff feel uncertain about their place at the new STED, but we've lost 11 dedicated, excellent teachers due to this decision. Our amazing community, one that students and staff alike rely on, has been altered in irreparable ways. How can the district expect anyone in this position to continue being productive, motivated employees when they feel so undervalued? I urge you to consider how any future decisions you make will impact your staff, because any change you make that affects your staff affects students and the community at large. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your advocacy, Ms. Pitts.
Carrie Hart.
Welcome, Ms. Hart. Thank you for being here.
My name is Carrie Hart. As you know, working in a Title I school, there is a vast array of diverse students, families, and needs. STED is not just a job, it is a community. We rely on each other, we work together, we are a family. Even though my students will change grade levels next year, my presence in the building is important. I have worked hard to create a stable environment for my students. For many students, STED is the only stability they have in their lives. Here are just a few examples. Student number 1 comes to school hungry every day. I have seen him steal food when he thought no one was looking. He wears pajamas every day. He wears Crocs with no socks in the winter. He often hides in the cubbies in the morning, and I have to lure him out. After months of building trust, he no longer steals. He asks for food, and he doesn't go in the cubby as often. He has learned to communicate his needs. Student number 2 came to school barely speaking English. His family was nervous about being in a strange country far from home. I helped them navigate and worked hard to foster a strong relationship with both my student and his family. They say STED is family. After almost a year of hard work, I feel confident that next year he will be selected for the Gifted and Talented program. Student 3 came to me very trauma impacted. Every time someone would barely touch him, he would scream and cry. We came up with a mantra: everyone here loves me and no one will hurt me. I am safe here. This week, someone touched him and he smiled at me and said, I am safe here, and returned to work. He runs up to me, hugs me, holds my hands, and said, I love you, Miss Hart. Student number 4 is in a hard place right now. I have filed 3 CPS reports. I never know the outcome, but I know that it is not enough. I do believe there is much more going on behind the surface. She began stealing and vandalizing and was put in therapy. The behavior did not change. One day she said, I love your style, I want to match. I said, I am sorry I cannot match with someone who steals and breaks things. I wish we could match. She changed the behavior. Now every other day we match. It is a strong relationship with communication between her mom, me, and Amazon Marketplace. She has become an honor roll student, a role model for other students, and my teacher's assistant. Student 5 has only been here a month or so. He would chase me around the classroom, screaming at me, calling me names, and tearing pages from the book. After creating a positive reward system, he is a different kid. His mom cried last week when he won a behavior award. What will happen when these children lose the stability and continuity of STED? STED has worked hard to create a safe community, a community that is now falling apart. An important thing to keep in mind is that all the decisions regarding STED are made from a place of no interaction. District leadership has never once been in my classroom. Trust has been broken, and now the damage cannot be done. The flow of our work has been greatly disrupted, and we have lost 30% of our staff. I am sure many more will follow. Please take great action to prevent this abuse of power in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. And thank you for what you do for those students that you shared with us.
Jerry Lynn Hirschberger.
Welcome, Ms. Hirschberger.
Hi, I'm Jerry Lynn Hirschberger. I'm currently a mom, and my kids go to STED Elementary. I'm currently a mother of 4. I've had my kids go to there in 2014 through the age of third grade. Then we currently had to move. It was very, very sad. They ended up at Lemon Valley Elementary, and they kept telling me, Mom, this isn't the same school. It's not like loving and caring, and they had one-on-one relationships with their teachers. I now have a 7 and 6 year old, one in kindergarten and one in first grade. They love their school. I don't want the new school to be where my kids don't want to go to school, don't like their teachers, don't want to learn. And so the teachers at Stead Elementary, they go out of their way. When parents can't get somewhere during Christmas time, Miss Will went out of her way and delivered gifts right straight to their door. You know, it's just the staff and it's all like family around there. And I greatly appreciate if you guys just, you know, consider the situation that Stead Elementary has. And I've been there and I volunteer in a couple of classes, and I would do it next year if my kids weren't going there. Because I love the students, I love the kids, and I also love the staff.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harshberger, and thank you so much for volunteering in the class.
Melanie Peck.
Welcome, Ms. Peck. Thank you.
Hi. I don't have anything prepared. My name is Melanie Peck. I am now a long-term sub at Vaughn Middle School, and I'm not here on my behalf. I have recently earned a teaching certificate, but I'm not applying at Vaughn. I'm here because I have experience from working at UNR of having to reapply for a job that I'd been at many years, and how demoralizing and humiliating that was. And I just wanted to share that this experience that I had, and let everyone know that the demoralization continues when you have beloved staff members who were not rehired along. I was able to keep my job at UNR, but I just feel terrible about what's happening, and I am urging you to do everything you possibly can to ameliorate this sense of humiliation and demoralization, to have to reapply for the job that you've had and you've been doing great in, you have great evaluations, and there's lots of data on you, and yet you are told that you must reapply for your job. It's a horrible experience, and it doesn't end when you have put everyone together and you think, oh, we've got this great team. When you lose beloved members of your community, that carries over, and I just want you to realize that, and to think that maybe you can do more to appreciate and let me think of the word, to appreciate the people that you have. I work at Vaughn. They're a top-notch crew, from the principal down to the custodian. They're all dedicated, but I do sense that there's a lot of stress going on, and they may share their own experiences with you. I just wanted to let people know what it's like from someone who's been through it before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peck.
Mary Thibodeau.
Welcome, Ms. Thibodeau.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mary Thibodeau, and I teach 4th grade at Stead Elementary School. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. This past year has been a very difficult one at our school. The uncertainty surrounding the staffing process, the mixed messages, and lack of direct and clear communication from the district has caused an untold amount of stress and uncertainty for myself and my colleagues. When we were originally told about the decision to have us all apply for our jobs again, to soften the blow, we were told in a meeting that we may want to leave Stead because we want to spread our wings, or maybe we wouldn't be comfortable with the new technology. Not only was this patronizing, but many of us felt our concerns were not being heard. Not knowing what our future holds adds a level of anxiety to an already very demanding job. I take great pride in what I do every day and am considered a highly effective educator and love teaching. This is my 25th year as a teacher and my 11th year at STED. I had planned on retiring from STED. I couldn't wait to work in a new school with greater technology for teaching and learning. I felt confident in my ability to secure a position at the new school. However, the day we were told who our new principal would be, we also became aware that text messages were already being sent to teachers at other schools, asking them what positions they would like to take at STED. Despite being highly qualified and a highly effective teacher, my confidence in obtaining a position was seriously undermined. Because of this, I have obtained a position at another elementary school in the district, as have 10 other certified teachers at STED. In the past 11 years, we have had 5 principals. Our current principal has put her heart and soul into our school and had every intention of staying. Unfortunately, the school district had other plans, and with each new principal comes new directives. Our school hasn't been given the opportunity to see if any clear directives work because we've had no continuity in leadership. As you are well aware, it's challenging and takes time to implement and show progress with new programs. I come before you today because I think it's imperative for the Board of Trustees and District Administration to understand that there is a great deal of human impact that comes with these decisions, and I'm hopeful in the future we won't be in the same position as other schools are being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thibodeau, I also want you to know you said something in the beginning, and I bring this up all the time. You said thank you to us for the time. It's the other way around. These are your 3 minutes, and we can't do our best work if we don't hear from you. So our thanks is to you for speaking. Thank you.
Laura Coiney? Coin.
Ms. Coyne. Okay, Coyne I can definitely say. That Coiney I wasn't sure about, but Ms. Coyne.
My husband is, yes. All right. Good evening. Who wants to be valued at work? I would bet all of us would. I thought I was valued at my job with Washoe County School District until December 18th. That morning, all my worth was dismissed, and I truly learned I was just a number. I felt demoralized, disgusted, and truly dismissed. I've been an educator in this district since 2004. I have felt wanted, valued, and seen until that meeting where we were told that the new Stead Elementary School was being built, but that everyone would need to apply for their positions. Everyone from the principal, assistant principal, office staff, custodians, everyone, including all the teachers. What? We were told in August about a new build and that we would be all going to that building in 2 years. If Stead Elementary is closing, why do we need to reapply? We all thought we were just moving down the street. Silly us. We were told at the meeting on December 18th we really want staff that wants to be here at this new school. It takes work to open a new school. What? Just imagine how you might feel hearing those words. I'm not sure about you, but I work hard every day. I choose to drive across the valley every day. I choose to be here for my students every day. And I choose my voice today. I am angry and truly disappointed in how the district created this new build plan. Yes, this is a new build, but not really. The old Stead Elementary is closing, so this becomes a replacement build. All the stress of, do I have a job? Should I leave and find another job? Or do I just wait? Am I good enough for the new building? This added stress was not needed right before the holidays, which you may or may not know is one of the highest times people commit suicide, and the district should have done better. Washoe County should be better and value all of its employees and all of their hard work. We all do every day. Since the meeting in December, STED has lost 15 staff members, and we will have another new principal next year, as Mrs. Will has pursued a new school, too. The students of STED Elementary deserve better. The educators of Washoe County School District deserve better, and quite frankly, I deserve better. I'm not going anywhere. I'm committed to teach at STED as long as they will keep me. Maybe I'm good enough for the new STED. Time will tell. Please regroup, rethink, and redo this new build plan, and do what is right. Thank you for your time. My name is Laura Coyne, and I proudly teach first grade at STED Elementary, and I am STED strong. I have a P.S. As of today, the 13th of May, We still do not know who our principal will be for next year, because who would like to navigate and lead a staff that is displeased, disappointed, and demoralized? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coyne.
Edlin Bonilla.
Bonilla. Welcome, Ms. Bonilla. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Superintendent Ernst, President Smith, and trustees. The motto of Washoe County School District is "Every child by name and face to graduation." Washoe County School District states that it will know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose. We know them individually. We know their faces, names, strengths, and needs. This mission statement starts in elementary school, and it started with us. This staff knows our students in such a beautiful way. A new staff won't know them like we do. They won't know about the students who just got out of homelessness. They won't know about the students who just lost their parents. They won't know about the students bouncing between homes. They won't know about the student who had no mattress to sleep on and was personally delivered a mattress by a STED teacher. They may see their previous test scores, but they won't see how much growth my student made this year. On the first day of school, he didn't know the letter names or sounds of the alphabet. He had such intense anxiety over being asked to work with the alphabet that he couldn't breathe and shut down. Now he has the confidence to attempt spelling on his own and successfully spells many CVC words. His standardized test may not demonstrate much growth, but his classroom growth and confidence is huge. There are students in our school who feel so unsafe outside of school that they'd rather sleep at school because that is where they feel safe. Yes, test scores are important, but taking away all of the adults these students have formed safe relationships with will not increase those test scores. Students come back to visit their previous teachers. They have adults in the school they already feel safe with. Removing those adults removes the safety they felt with those adults. We've been asked by students if we will be at the new STED, and we don't know what to say. We were told the decision to require us to reapply for our positions was made in an attempt to better our test scores. This implies that a new staff will get better results from our students. I don't understand how we are good enough for other students, but not for ours. How could we possibly feel valued after this? We were repeatedly told that our positions were secure, and now they're not. Staff morale has plummeted. Some felt so undervalued they decided to leave the profession entirely. Reconsidering this decision will show us that we are more than just pieces to be moved around. It will show us that we are people who matter and that our relationships with our students matter. I'm Adeline Bonilla, first grade teacher at Stead Elementary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Bonilla.
Catherine Procida.
Welcome, Ms. Procida. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Ernst and Board of Trustees. My name is Catherine Procida, and I am a second-year fourth grade teacher. I started my career at Stead Elementary. After my internship, I substituted at 7 different schools looking for the school that I wanted to call home. The absolute second I stepped into the office at Stead, the secretaries were welcoming me and honestly so happy to chat with me for a moment. It was merely 5 minutes before one of them introduced me to their interim principal, Prim Walters. I started at Stead as a substitute and worked with every grade level and every teacher. I received extraordinary support from all of the staff and encouraging words daily. Administrators took me under their wing and helped me understand the complexities of our duties. Support at Stead is beyond expectation. One teacher once stopped me and said, "You are amazing. I see you never stop." I was also pregnant my first year with my first child. My team helped me learn how to be a mother and a teacher every day since. They helped me complete lesson plans when I went on maternity leave, how to use Infinite Campus, and when I would wake up with a stomach flu at 2 a.m. This coming year, 630 plus students will have lost 11 teachers. They will not have the same teachers as their older siblings. I have helped families get dressers. I have walked my kids out on good days and on hard days daily. I've gotten hair products for a student who was missing school every day because she was worried of her hair. I have students sing my name and run to me and ask if I will be their teacher next year. I know an entire kindergarten class who still hug me. I'm devastated to tell them that I thought I found my forever home with them, and that I've accepted a position at a new school, a school that I found out will be demolished in 2 years, putting me in the same position that I am in now. I'm extremely concerned that this process that has negatively impacted the STED community may happen again for my new school, splitting long-standing teams apart, ensuing high anxiety, and once again having an uncertain future. All teachers are asking for, and all you ask from teachers is to commit to their communities to enhance them. We just want our forever homes. I thought I had it, and on December 18th it dissolved with little transparency. That meeting broke me and many others. Our students need us. They need consistency. We work for them. And this has horribly disrupted the stability of the teaching family that is at Stead Elementary. I believe I give about 20 hugs a day. Honestly, probably more. 11 staff members are gone. At the end of the day, the question is, how many hugs has our school lost? Thank you for listening to me, and I have hope that you can fix this process.
Thank you very much. Ms. Presida.
Omara Grass.
Omara
Yeah.
Grass. Welcome,
Yeah.
Ms. Grass. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm going to be very, very short. I thought it was 2 minutes, so here I am. Good evening, members of the school board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight and for taking the time to listen. My name is Omara Grass. Just like many of our students, I am a proud immigrant. I am the librarian at State Elementary School, a mother of 2 State students, and a member of this community. On the morning of December 18, just 30 minutes before school start, we were told by the district representatives that we will need to reapply for our own jobs. Decision made about us, without us. Since that day, we have felt heartbroken, frustrated, and unappreciated. Our families now worry that the trusted staff their children rely on may not be there when the doors open to the new, fancy, and very needed building. To them and to us. It doesn't feel like a transition. It feels like separation. The expectations in our district is to know every single student by face and by name. At Stead, the largest elementary school in our district, with about 740 students as we speak, we live that value every single day. Tomorrow, I will be receiving my 2nd consecutive award in 2 years for conducting one of the highest numbers of home visits. Being asked to reapply feels like our word to this community is being dismissed. It tells families that the bond we have built can be erased with one decision. We are grateful for the new building. Thank you for the bottom of our hearts. But it's not the structure that makes us dead. It's not it's the people. Same students, same community, and we are part of it. Please stand up with us and with the families who show up their solidarity today. Let us State staff keep serving the students we know by name, by need, and by heart. Stay strong.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grass, and congratulations on receiving that award tomorrow for home visits.
Art Leon. Lion.
Lion. Welcome, Mr. Lyon. It was Mr. Lyon, right? Welcome, Mr. Lyon.
Thank you guys for being here tonight.
and listening to us. I hope that we feel like we're being listened to. Up until this point, we haven't felt listened to, so thank you guys for that. I have the best job in the school district. I'm a music teacher at Stead Elementary School. It's awesome. I just got that job this year. It's my 5th year teaching music, my 16th year in the district. And it was a school that people weren't applying for. Like, people didn't want to teach there. I didn't have any competition, right? But when I went to the interview, they told me that, hey, good news, if you accept this job, you'll get to open up this brand new school, which is kind of exciting, but that's the understanding I had when I took the job. If I knew that I wasn't going to open up that new school, that this was a 1-year only job, and that I would have to reapply for the job, I guess 2 years only, whatever, right? Well, I'm not a brand new teacher anymore. I don't want a 1-year only job, right? I wouldn't have accepted the job. I wouldn't have applied for the job. So when we found out that the rules were different for us, because until now, if you had a job at a school, unless you got, arrested or fired or, you had to make some big problems, that was your job. And for the first time that I know of, the rules became, we're going to move the goalposts a little bit, and we're going to make you reapply for your job. And it just didn't, you can tell from what people are saying, it didn't feel right. But we haven't had really a lot of communication as how that makes sense for students. Like, how's that the best for students, right? So if the best thing, and by the way, we all know that the students are going to be the same. They didn't change the zoning at all. So it's the exact same students and the exact same family. So the way I take that is, it's not a new school. It's just a new building. I worked at O'Brien last year, and it's a brand new building. And the problems at O'Brien have nothing to do with the building, right? So the building, our building right now isn't great to work in, but it's a great place to work. So the building isn't that important. The same school will just be in a new building. That's just the way I look at it. So when we hear that, well, we're gonna have you guys reapply for your jobs, and because buildings matter, and so when we get a building, this is what they said, buildings matter. So when we get a new building, we expect test scores to go up. We expect to go from a 1-star school up to a 2 or 3-star school, and they didn't do that at O'Brien. So that was a mistake. We're not going to make that mistake again. We're going to make sure that we get different teachers. This is what we have to conclude, because no one's actually told us, like, why, right? We get these little snippets. So we come up with, I guess, what's best for students is to get rid of all their teachers. So if that's the case, I'm wondering why we don't do that at every school. Like, every 1-star school, let's make it equitable. Every 1-star school, everyone has to reapply for their job, right? Whether they get a new building or not. Or maybe it's because we're getting a new principal and we want the new principal to have the right to pick his staff. So every single time a school gets a new principal, everyone has to reapply for his job. But that's ridiculous, right? That's crazy. But that's what you guys did. And so people are upset and angry. We don't know what to do about our careers, right? Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lyon, and I can assure you we are listening.
Lindsay Ramirez.
Welcome, Ms. Ramirez. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Ramirez. I am a school counselor at Stead Elementary School, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I've been a school counselor at Stead for 3 years now, and in that time, my family's purchased a home in the area. I've welcomed my first child, and I share this not to illustrate, or I share this to illustrate just how connected I feel to my community. But my statement today isn't about me. Stead Elementary School is a Title I school, and it's home to 663 students, 14 of whom are in the foster care system, 24 of whom lack a fixed nighttime residence, also known as children in transition, 13 of whom have been screened for suicide ideation just this year, 48 of whom have disclosed a lack of safety or necessities at home, and numerous others who have shared mental or emotional health concerns ranging from abuse, ADHD, anxiety, depression, eating disorders, grief, neglect, parent incarceration, PTSD, suicide, and trauma. 2 of these counts need to be updated today. And these are just the students and families that speak up. Our community is heavily trauma impacted. We have children whose biological parents have died and numerous others under the guardianship of another adult. We have families living in vehicles, and we've washed urine-soaked belongings. We've had students who, unable to regulate their emotions, behave violently. Earlier this year, we had a student die from cancer before ever seeing middle school promotion. One of my earliest parent conversations started defensively, but then slowly evolved into a tearful description of incredible life circumstances. Together, we ended with a plan to help support their family. Another parent and neighbor expressed wanting to stop by when struggling with their child at home. And as fate would have it, I ended up at the same school as a family I worked with during my counseling internship. A child and a grandparent who lost someone very important to them in a very horrible way. You see, trauma-informed practices are rooted in connection and consistency. Connection with safe staff members who already know their families and their 663 stories. A school family who has provided some students with the only consistency they may have experienced up to this point in their lives. Washoe County School District's promise is to know every student by name, strength, and need, and to deliver on this promise in partnership with families and community. To know these students and build these partnerships requires ongoing connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramirez.
Jennifer Kemp.
Welcome, Ms. Kemp, and
Good
thank you
evening.
for the help on the name before.
Oh, you're welcome. My name is Jennifer Kemp. Thank you for the time today. I'm a second grade teacher at Stead Elementary School. I've been at this school for 18 out of 20 years of my career so far. I'm also the president of our school PTO and have been so for over 12 years. So for me, I see the impact more substantially with families as well as with staff. I've taught over 400 students at Stead. I have families and students that I've connected with that are now adults. I have children who write me letters from North Valley still remembering me, and do you remember me, Mrs. Kemp? I wanted to speak and share my feelings of how this situation has affected our staff. Many of us at Stead Elementary School have invested years into our school, some of us even decades. We love our community, the families, and students. We've taught numerous siblings and love where we work. We've stayed even when multiple principals over the past few years have left, and we've been frustrated. In December, when people came out from the district, came out and told us we would have to reapply for our positions, it was devastational for staff morale. We were frustrated, sad, worried, anxious, fearful of the unknowns and what-ifs, and the uncertainty of the future. They were left feeling as if teaching at our school we were inadequate and not good enough. We teach at the largest school in the district, a Title I school with many hardships, trauma-impacted students, children in transition, and so many other factors. We show up every day because we truly love where we teach. The way the situation was handled was unfair to say the least. Now we are told we might just get to go to the new Stead Elementary School after months of worry, heartbreak, and anguish, after losing more than 35% of our beloved staff. This is a positive for us, sure, yet our principal still doesn't get to do the same. She has been an incredible leader, kind, loving, compassionate, caring, enduring, and hardworking person, staying late for everything and anything and positively impacting our school. She has done things like Project Tahoe to build community within the staff, yet she wasn't given the fair chance to become the leader at the new school, despite all of the wonderful attributes and dedication to our community, staff, and students. As a member of our PTO and former parent of 2 daughters who also attended Stead, I am saddened that the normal protocols of having both the parent and teacher present at the interview for principals wasn't adhered to. I hope that this too is reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kemp.
Karen Wilides.
Welcome, Ms. Velitas. How are you?
Smith, how are you?
I'm doing very well. It's very good to see you.
Thank you. So my name is Karen Wilides. I'm a special education teacher at Vaughn Middle School. I am relatively to the Reno community. I've been here 5 years. I've done all my teaching at Pine and Vaughn Middle School. Okay, I'd like to echo what all my fellow educators here are saying. And as a side note, I've met all district expectations since I have been here. Okay, we got called in and we were told that you have to reapply for your job. Okay, I was told, hey, Karen, don't worry about it. You're a special education teacher. We need those. You will have a job. Don't worry about it. Okay, but I do worry about it. The reality at my school is we have vacant positions in the special education department. We have been working with huge caseloads, short-staffed, and short admin, which severely ties my hands in doing my job for the most vulnerable population that we serve. okay? My job and my passion is to serve special education students. And these decisions are severely impacting what I do on a daily basis. Teachers are leaving. They're going to schools that don't necessarily need another good teacher. They're fully staffed. But we have teachers that are leaving to go to those schools. We have admin leaving. I cannot conduct IEPs without an admin. We are short admin. I can't even get my meetings on the calendar without booking months in advance, okay? I'm trying to work around my family's schedule. Our families work 3 jobs, okay? I can't meet their needs. Your policies, your decisions, and your slow timelines in hiring and making us reapply are making my job incredibly difficult in serving special education students at a Title I school who are the most vulnerable families in our community, okay? I'm angry and I'm disappointed on behalf of all the teachers in here, as well as myself, but I'm the most angry for my students. My students deserve better. They deserve to come into a school where teachers who have met the expectations asked of them have a job, not just because we're getting a brand new beautiful school in our backyard, but if I've met the expectation, I should have my job. So I am circling back to that. Don't worry, you'll have a job. We need special education teachers. We need all teachers. Then why do I have to reapply for my job? Why do they have to reapply for their job if they've met the district requirements? I am angry on behalf of my students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Villegas.
Manny Magana.
Welcome, Mr. Magana. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Erst, and everybody that is here tonight. My name is Manny Magana, and I'm the dean at Vaughn Middle School. As you guys are aware, we are getting a brand new Vaughn in 2 years, and it's going to be awesome and amazing, and I am excited beyond all belief for my students to be able to experience that. Unfortunately, the process has caused a lot of stress and anxiety amongst my entire staff due to the uncertainty of knowing what is going on and knowing if that they're all going to have to reapply for their jobs. My position is unique. Next year is going to be my 3rd year as a dean. I would have to reapply for my job no matter what. I can only be at a school for 3 years as a dean. So that wasn't a concern of mine. My concern really is next year, which is what I'd like to explain to you guys. Right now, I'm currently the only admin and the only returning admin that's going to be back at Vaughn next year. I do not know who my principal is. I do not know who any of my assistant principals are going to be. And a lot of my staff go to me and ask me, what's going on? What are we doing? What's happening next year? And the best thing I can tell them is, your guess is as good as mine. I take pride in knowing that I know how to support my staff, or knowing that if I don't have the answer, I know where to look and to try to find those answers for my staff so that they can have the answers that they need and that they have the support that they need. Right now, with my inability to actually be able to answer these essential questions for my staff, I find myself also starting to question my ability to do my job effectively, and that in turn, my ability to support my staff. I share this perspective with you because I believe it is important for all of you to know how my staff, your educators, are being affected, and hoping that we all understand how a distracted staff does not get the most out of their students. I want to end my time with asking what I believe are 2 simple but essential questions. As educators, what is our ultimate goal for our students when they leave us? And how can we, as admin, as leaders, as trustee members, support our staff in helping our students achieve this goal? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alex Gobain.
Welcome, Alex.
I spelled it phonetically for you.
I was going to say Mr.
Not
Gauvin.
my first one.
I always call you Gauvin.
I had to say it at my own college graduation in the microphone, so I'm used to it. Good evening, Superintendent Ernst, President Smith, and trustees. My name is Alex Govain. I'm a current 4th grade teacher at Stead Elementary. Before I begin, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank President Smith and Superintendent Ernst for your help with our elementary soccer league. Thank you for doing what was right for our players. Thank you very much. Tonight I speak in solidarity with my fellow teachers and STED families. I'm here to talk about how deeply disappointed I am with the decisions that were made in part with the facilities modernization plan and the effect that those decisions had on my school. I'm aware that there is something called a new school handbook that is designed to help guide transitions with more transparency and consistency. These are hopeful and intentional words that when taken at face value show the district has the best intentions towards the students, staff, and families of any school being modernized or moved to a new building. We learned, however, that the way this plan has been unfolding for STED is not consistent, transparent, and it has had a negative impact on our community. It was not consistent or transparent because for 83 days after the principal interviews, we did not know who our principal was. We were left in the dark. The way we were told that we would all have to reapply for our jobs was not consistent with the fact that we were previously told that we would simply be moving to a beautiful new site that everyone was excited about. We got the feeling that the district wanted to secure the best candidates for the new school to ensure significant growth gains and an improved star rating. But the way this all went down made us feel like the district wanted a guarantee on its capital investment, and the current staff was not the way it was going to do that. The only thing that's been consistent is our staff's commitment to our STED families. We have a beautiful culture at our school, which makes it a gem of a school to work at. Everything that has happened during this process makes me think the district does not understand that what makes STED so special is already there and doesn't need to be changed. Can we improve? Yes, all schools can, but this is not the way to do that. Because I love STED, I had planned to remain a consistent fixture there for the foreseeable future. In my naivety, I thought if you're a good teacher and you're bought into the community and you have something positive and can add something positive to the professional culture at STED, why wouldn't they bring you on board? So I started to bet on myself. Then, the day after our principal broke the news to us that she was not selected, the district released the email naming our new principal. That very same evening, I received a personal phone call telling me that text messages were being sent to teachers with job offers for any position and department leads. Who could know if this was my job or someone else's, but I took it as mine, and if my job or anyone else's is being offered up before I'm being interviewed or even observed, then the writing is on the wall and I could finally see what was happening was not right. I'm a highly qualified and highly effective teacher, and I'm one of those 11 teachers leaving STED. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cobain. JJ, one moment before, I do want you to know that we are getting daily updates on the elementary school playoffs, and we know STED is playing on Thursday. We're pretty much getting like live action updates from that, so.
Rachel Drake.
Welcome, Ms. Drake. Thank you so much for being here.
I have been a counselor at Vaughn for 10 years now, and most of that time I have served as the WEA building rep in my building. One of the things that I love most about counseling is I get to work with my students, with my families, with all of my staff, my classified, my certified, my administration, to figure out how do we support our students in the best possible way so that they can take the most advantage of the learning that we have available in the building. And this facilities modernization plan, when it rolled out in December, has severely impacted our ability to do that because we are spending so much time and energy trying to figure out how does this really impact us and our families. So when we first got that message, we're like, okay, are we applying for our jobs? All right, we'll figure this out. We talked with our associations, but WSPA, WEA, WESP, they didn't really know what was going on either. They hadn't been consulted. So we have these great groups that are available to help make these things go through, and we didn't get input. So we went to the HR meeting and we're like, okay, this is going to get managed reasonably. It has to. There has to be a way that they are accounting for the relationships that we've built, the community connections that we've made. They've had us doing all of this work to plan for the new building. And we're getting really excited about that. We've done work on our personal time. They're going to account for it. And we got told, no, we're going to open up interviews to anybody in the district who wants to come at the work at the new building because we would like people to work at the new Vaughn who choose to be there. Slap in the face. And After that failure and continued failure to account for our connections, our commitment, we struggle with that instability. We know that a community merger means we're going to lose positions. And I have watched my colleagues at Vaughn and at Pine wait on promises that were broken to try and figure out how do they raise their family when they don't know what is happening. We were taken from a celebration of a new building, a process that was working with the community and with us, and thrust into a situation that was being done to us. This has been paltry assurances and way too many excuses. Of course, we are frustrated, we are angry, and I have so many staff who come into my office and share those thoughts. We feel betrayed. The time that we have spent, the time that we have wasted on the cognitive and emotional load to put up with this is time we much rather would have spent supporting our kids, making our school a better place. Help us find the ability to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. I appreciate that.
Caitlin Nichols.
Welcome, Ms. Nichols. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, esteemed school board members. My name is Caitlin Nichols, a resident of Washoe County and a concerned citizen. I come before you today in support of STED elementary teachers, admin, and staff. I am not affiliated with STED, but I was recently serving at STED Elementary as a literacy mentor for AmeriCorps' United Way, United Readers program. The program has since been cut by DOGE, the Department of Governmental Efficiency, but during my service, I really enjoyed my time helping third graders further develop their literacy skills. It was at my time at STED that I realized my desire to become a teacher. While I'm excited to pursue the alternative route to licensure program for future teachers, I have concerns with what is happening to STED Elementary's teachers, staff, and admin. I was excited to hear that they are getting a new building, but I was dismayed to learn that they are making everyone reapply for their positions. This is not a rezoning, this is not a brand new school in a brand new area, so it made zero sense to me why this is happening. STED Elementary's admin, teachers, and staff have worked very hard to create a supportive, nurturing community for their students and the students' parents. It feels deeply unfair to disregard the loyalty of the teachers, staff, and admin, and their efforts to improve the lives of their students. To me, it feels that the district bought a new house for their family and then decided to find a new family in the process. It simply doesn't make sense. Please reconsider this policy, and please do not make this policy across the district. It will harm the goodwill between staff and the school board and make it more difficult to retain teachers in the long run. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Nichols.
Dawn Ross Kelly.
Is that Miss Roscoe? Ross Kelly. Ross Kelly. I like to make sure that I say everybody's name correctly. Welcome, Miss Ross Kelly.
Hi. Good evening, Superintendent Ernst and esteemed board members. My name is Dawn Ross Kelly, and I've dedicated the past 35 years of my life to music education in Washoe County, including 32 years at Rita Cannon Elementary and the last 3 as a critical needs music educator. I hold a bachelor's in music education, a master's in the integrated arts and education. I have been nationally board certified for the past 6 years, and as a veteran teacher, I continue to pursue and invest in internationally vetted programs, training to expand my skill set. In short, I have spent the better part of my life dedicating myself to the pedagogy and practice of providing Washoe County School District students with the best quality music and integrated arts education that I can possibly muster. I'm here today out of deep concern over the recent decision to reclassify critical needs positions as guest teacher substitute roles. While I continue to find joy and immense purpose in teaching, I also must consider the financial health of my family and myself. The offer presented makes it unlikely that I or many of my equally dedicated colleagues can return to serve in these roles. Beyond the significant reduction in pay, this reclassification imposes full cost of insurance, or imposes the full cost of insurance, eliminates leave, and offers absolutely no recognition for advanced degrees or national certifications. It effectively reduces experienced professionals to temporary workers. This not only erodes the dignity of our professional educators, it dismantles the foundation needed for us to build long-term, high-quality programs for our students. What makes this even more troubling is that this decision appears to have been made without any transparent collaboration with our union. When decisions of this magnitude are made without union involvement, it not only violates the spirit of our partnership, it fosters distrust and disengagement. After 35 years, it's clear that my passion for teaching our Washoe County students is undeniable. But this shift is a prohibitive deterrent to the highly qualified and committed educators currently filling these roles. Until there are highly qualified applicants applying for and hired in these positions, our students deserve far better than a substitute. I appreciate your time, your service, and your thoughtful consideration in this issue. I respectfully urge the board to revisit this policy, engage our union as a partner in the process, and restore a path forward that honors the dedication and expertise of our educators. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Russ Kelly. I think I could listen to you for like 10 more. I mean, that was, wow. I don't know who's next, and we're very grateful to hear from whoever's next, but yeah, that's a lot to follow. Thank you, Ms. Russ Kelly.
David Thaxton.
Welcome. Mr. Baxon or Daxon? Thaxton with a T. Welcome, Ms. Thaxton.
Tell my kids they can stick their tongue out at me when they say my name.
Welcome, Mr. Thaxton.
Thank you. Greetings, Superintendent Ernst, President Smith, and the esteemed board members. My name is David Thaxton, and I am a critical needs music teacher at Diedrichson Elementary School in Sparks, where I'm finishing up the year 30 of a career that I am deeply passionate about. I've spent my entire professional life investing in my students, my school, and my community. Over these years, I've built a wealth of experience, developed programs that are meaningful to my students, and maintained a deep commitment to professional growth. However, today I am here to speak not just about the personal impacts of the district's proposal to reclassify critical needs positions as guest teaching roles, but more importantly about the process or lack thereof that has led us to this point. This proposal not only severely undermines the compensation and benefits of experienced educators like myself, but crucially it was made without any meaningful collaboration or negotiation with our union. The failure to work with the union on these policy changes is not just a matter of procedure, but is also likely a violation of state law. And it disregards the very structure that ensures that educators have a voice in matters that affect their livelihoods and the quality of education we provide. As a member for my entire career, I can say that the union has been invaluable in ensuring that our rights are protected, that we are treated fairly, and that we are able to do our best work in the classroom. To make such significant changes to our working conditions, changes that affect everything from pay to job security, without any notification, discussion, or negotiation with the union, sends a harmful message that the concerns of educators, their professional development, and their legal protections are not a priority. The lack of union involvement in these decisions isn't just a procedural misstep. It undermines the trust and collaborative spirit that should be at the core of any educational system. The union exists to ensure that teachers have a voice in shaping policies that impact our students, our classrooms, and our careers. By bypassing this fundamental process, the district is not only eroding the relationship between educators and the administration, but also creating a dangerous precedent for how future decisions will be made. I love teaching and I have dedicated my life to it, but if this policy goes forward as proposed, it is unlikely that I and many of my colleagues will continue to teach in this district. The district's failure to work with the union on these critical issues will only drive out experienced, highly qualified teachers while leaving teaching positions unfilled and students deprived of the education they deserve. In closing, I urge the board to reconsider the process behind these changes. It's not just about the financial implications for teachers, but about the fundamental principle of working together in a fair and transparent way. We cannot afford to ignore the legal and professional safeguards that have been in place to protect both teachers and students. I urge you to engage with the union, negotiate in good faith, and find a solution that truly supports the educators who are dedicated to shaping the future of our students. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Thaxton.
Bobby K. Clark.
Welcome, Mr. Clark. Oh, sorry. All right. That was like a bait and switch. Poor gentleman was like, I don't know why you're talking to me.
He's letting me out.
Hi there. Hi, Miss Clark. There you are. There you are.
I exist. Really short one, too.
You just popped up out of there.
Yeah,
and he's laughing back there, too. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to read from my things. Hi. I love being in a room full of people that believe in education. Highly educated people make the best teachers because education works. I'm Bobby K. Clark. I hold 3 state certifications, 2 international certifications, 13 years of university training, and 33 years of teaching experience. I'm a highly educated human and a critical needs teacher. Last year, Peavine Elementary went a year without a music teacher because we have a critical shortage of certified music teachers. This year, they hired me to jumpstart their music program. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, I invite you to come to Peavine so you can see what your critical needs money bought, and I know you won't be disappointed. The average elementary music teacher in our district teaches about 500 students. When I retired a couple years ago, I had planned to open my own piano studio. The going rate in town is $45 for a half-hour lesson and $90 for an hour. I make $545 in a 5.5-hour day, teaching a total of 11 students that I hand-pick one at a time. Critical needs was even more appealing, though. Oh, jump-starting a new music program over at Peavine? Yay, let's do that. I was down. But next year, Critical Needs in Washoe County School District will pay $400 for a 5.5-hour day to teach an average of 500 students. I could stay home and make $145 more a day. I taught math for 17 years, too. The WEA makes it their business to know what is attractive to teachers. You really should have negotiated this with them first. They also know people between the ages of 55 to 64 need insurance benefits. I absolutely promise you, taking those away was not a good idea. My husband is also a teacher in the school district, standard contract. We're concerned the move to separate critical needs teachers from their bargaining rights is a first move in an attack against all teachers' rights to a negotiated contract. This is unacceptable. An injury to one is an injury to all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Clark.
Marie Edgerton.
Welcome, Ms. Edgerton.
First of all, I do want to sincerely thank the board and say thank you for listening, because I've been here since 4:30, and this is a lot to listen to. I'm a critical needs teacher at Trainer Middle School. I teach a autism classroom, and I have a master's degree in special education. I also have an endorsement in autism, which allows me to do so. But I'm aware of several positions across the district that are being filled by long-term subs. Nothing against subs, but I have some beliefs. One belief is that every child deserves a qualified teacher in the classroom. I believe in the power of education. I also believe in the power of collective bargaining. I'm a proud union member, and I was blindsided by when this memo came out that we would be invited back as guest teachers without a contract. And that's the sticking point for me, not to have a contract. And so I turned to the union, and they didn't really know anything about it either. And so, I've got to ask who came up with this, and I will turn 70 in July, and I've really got to ask, do I want to come back? I don't think I do. I love my kids, but without a contract, without the respect of, being a proper teacher, to come back as a guest teacher, I probably have to say no thanks. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Edgerton.
Mary Beth Akers.
Welcome, Ms. Akers. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Beth Akers, and I'm currently a critical needs teacher at Desert Skies Middle School, teaching 7th and 8th grade English language learners. This is my 3rd year in the critical needs position after 30 years in the Washoe County School District. I love my job, and it's refreshing to teach again. I enjoy working with teachers and making connections with students. This job is important to me, and I don't think you understand how important until you read the letters that my 8th graders wrote supporting critical needs teachers. May I give this to you? Thank you. I must say how very surprised I was by the announcement to end the critical needs position starting next year. This decision was made without any input from the teachers union or the teachers themselves. Not a single teacher had the opportunity to speak to the positive aspects of critical needs, nor how vital critical needs teachers are to the classrooms. We are not subs. We are qualified teachers. We are 100% members of the schools that we work at. We sit in on lesson planning, grading, report cards, communicating with parents, meetings, PLCs, IEPs, spending many hours before and after school working and planning with our team members. I feel that the district is only worried with cutting the budget by doing away with the critical needs positions and not on what is best for our students. Unfortunately, it will be the students who suffer. Critical needs teachers come in with a great deal of experience and work with all students to make them be the best that they can be. Lastly, I just want to say how disappointed I am that this decision was made by the district. We need to look at what's best for our students, always. Please cut the budget somewhere else so that our students won't be directly affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Akers.
Cherry Wrench.
Ms. French?
No.
No.
Hi, this is Sherry Wrench. This is not my strong suit, as one of you on the board knows. So first of all, thanks for being here and thanks for listening to all of us. I'm a dedicated 34 years teacher. I'm dedicating my life to Washoe County School District, to the students, to the staff, to the families. And I chose about 3 years ago to come back to critical needs. I substitute taught for a year, and I was like, oh, I don't love this at all. And so I decided to come back to teaching as a critical needs teacher. And because I had something left, and the other things I love kids, and I also love the community, and I love our district. We go to like all these things, and I know all these wonderful people, through the years. So I didn't want to leave, or I decided to just come back. Okay, so for the last 3 years, I've been working at Trainer Middle School, which has a significant need for adult support. Every single one of those teachers matters at that school and make a difference. However, concerning what's happening with what the board has proposed about reducing critical needs pay and also no benefits and no job security, I'm really reconsidering. And I know that other colleagues are feeling that same way. So that's why I'm asking the board to reconsider this proposal and also consider making this decision that they have input, or that you have input with the union, because the union knows what goes on in schools, and the union knows exactly how desperate teaching positions are needed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And that was Ms. French, right? Thank you.
Anna Guzman.
Welcome, Ms. Guzman.
My name is Anna Guzman. I'm working in a special education pre-K classroom. This is my first year as the teacher. Amongst all of the growth and the joy in my classroom, I also face obstacles which make the job harder, and that's what I want to bring to your attention today. I think what it comes down to is a lack of respect for teachers as workers and as human beings. Having teachers reapply and prove their worth simply because of a location change, as in the case of Stead Elementary School, is disrespectful. There's so much paperwork involved in our jobs, a surprising amount, as I found out in this first year, including but not limited to data collection and uploading, multiple assessments throughout the year, tracking individual goals and objectives for our students, as well as state reporting requirements like inputting Access Nevada scores. Piling so much paperwork on teachers and expecting them to do it within contract time is disrespectful, because we all know it takes hours and ends up having to be done outside of school time. For long-term substitute teachers like I was, those hours are unpaid, and yet they must be completed. That is disrespectful. Additionally, when our caseloads are overfilled, this work becomes endless. It includes scheduling IEP meetings, communicating with related services, filing paperwork, and much more. I think these requirements alone constitute a full-time job, and therefore should have someone in that position full-time to help out the teacher. Talented and passionate individuals are being driven from these jobs, driven away from the district, because these working conditions are impossible and unsustainable. We are angry, we are tired, stressed, we're having to sacrifice time with our loved ones, sacrificing time doing things besides work, and it doesn't have to be that way. As a special education new hire, I received notification of an incentive to be paid, and I have to say, it doesn't mean much if we continue to be treated disrespectfully. The workload for individual teachers must decrease for the sake of teachers and for the sake of our students. Decreasing the workload can lead to a higher quality education for our kids. More respect can be shown to teachers. If these concerns are ignored, the teacher shortage will continue far into the future. If, however, our voices are heard, we can create a strong and flourishing educational system for our students and our staff. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guzman.
Maria Renee Castedo.
Ms. Castillo? Gusto.
Good evening. My name is Maria Rene Castillo Rivero. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I've been an educator for 9 years, 6 of them here in Washoe County. I hold teaching credentials at both Idaho and Nevada. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Elementary Education with an emphasis in English language learners and a Master's of Science in STEM. I currently teach 3rd grade in Sparks at Diedrichson Elementary. I'm also a proud member of the Washoe Education Association, and perhaps more importantly, I'm a mom to 2 students in Washoe County, so you'll probably be hearing a lot from me in the next 12 years. To begin, I want to commend you for your willingness to listen, respond to our concerns, and collaborate with the association during the last round of negotiations. Thank you for your investment in our schools and our teachers, and most importantly, in our students. I'm here tonight to shine a light on the work that the association has been doing, advocating, negotiating, and fighting for the conditions that benefit not just educators, but entire school communities. When I began teaching in Washoe County in 2019, I was appalled at the working conditions. Although we have mandated minutes for specials, my prep time wasn't ever guaranteed. I had to either use that time to PLC, and oftentimes couldn't even do that due to my site's special teachers being constantly gone. Now, through the advocacy of the WEA, I'm able to use my prep time to actually do what it's meant to do. Prepare for upcoming lessons, grade, lesson plan, whatever it is that needs to be done. And even that's not enough. I'm also able to get compensated for my time when I don't get a prep. But the impact of this work goes far beyond certified staff. Our students are seeing the benefits too. At my school alone, we've been able to offer small group tutoring and host family engagement nights that bring our community together. We've also started an art club and a running club. Kids have never been so excited to come to school. Right now, students are buzzing about the end of season race that the Run Club has in 2 weeks. It has been incredible to be part of that, not only as a teacher, but as a parent as well. These are the experiences that students remember. This is what creates school pride and builds community. This school year, part of our school performance plan has been to address attendance, and I think most schools, if not all, have that part that as part of their plan. You want to make attendance issues better? This is how you do it. Create these spaces and places where our students want to come to. I can tell you from personal experience, all of my athletes at our school on run club days, all of them. This isn't something that only I have noticed. Just recently, a parent told me that their child doesn't want to miss school, even for a birthday trip, because they found something they love to do. Kids want to be where they feel seen, supported, and excited. That's the impact of proper funding that I might add, the association championed and that you chose to support. Superintendent Ernst, trustees, I urge you to continue this progress. Continue working with the association and continue the forward momentum began under our previous superintendent. Going backwards isn't just a step in the wrong direction.
Thank you so much. I know it's the minutes go by very, very fast, but thank you so much.
Mario.
I hope so.
Mario Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick? Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Vice President Fitzpatrick, yes?
Elect, yes.
Elect.
Good evening. My name is Mario Fitzpatrick. I have the privilege of teaching at McQueen High School, and I'm a member of the Washoe Education Association. Thank you for giving me a few moments to speak about something that is central to the strength of our schools and our community, the work of our teachers union. At its heart, our association is about ensuring that every student has access to high-quality education and that every educator has the tools, support, and respect they need to make that possible. When we advocate for fair wages, smaller class sizes, and safe, well-resourced classrooms, we're not just standing up for teachers, we're standing up for students and for the future of our community. We're proud of the progress we've made together in recent years, especially when it comes to increasing funding for public education. That momentum is a direct result of collaboration, persistence, and a shared belief that investing in our schools is an investment in the well-being of every child in every neighborhood. We've seen how those improvements, better staffing, updated materials, and stronger support services translate directly into student success. We also recognize that not everyone in the district may view the association in a positive light, and we understand that perspectives can differ. But the truth is, our work lifts the entire district. When teachers are supported, students thrive. When staff have a voice at schools, becoming stronger, more stable places for learning is best for our students. And when we come together, families, educators, and district leaders, we build a public education system that reflects the values of equity, opportunity, and excellence. Think about the positive strides we can continue to make when we work together. We will continue to advocate for what's best for both students and staff because we believe those two things go hand in hand. Strong public schools are the foundation of a strong community, and we're proud to be a part of that effort every single day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Sky Sessions.
Welcome, Ms. Sessions. It's very nice to see you here tonight.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Sky Sessions. This is my 21st year working in the district. I'm a nationally board certified school counselor. I currently call Sparks High School home. I'm also a parent of a student currently in our district who's in 2nd grade, and I have a previous student who graduated in 2015. I'm also a proud member of the Washoe Education Association. I'm here tonight to advocate for the positive impact of our union. As a member, I've seen firsthand how the association serves as a vital and unifying voice for educators across our district. Whether it's addressing site-specific concerns, tirelessly advocating for the state of public education at the legislature, working to ensure roles like mine as a school counselor are included in conversations about what's happening in our schools, or supporting the amazing staff from Stead and Vaughn that we heard from this evening. Our union ensures that every educator has someone in their corner who will speak up for them. We ask that you continue to listen. We ask that you include them. Our union leadership doesn't just speak for us. They speak as us in the rooms where our voices are needed and we aren't in. They are elected representatives of the educators who show up every day for students across Washoe County. Continuing to work in good faith with the union leadership we elected is essential to lift and value voices of thousands of Washoe County educators. When the voices of educators are heard and valued, there is a direct positive impact to the students' families and the communities that we serve. The work of our association reaches beyond our own members. The standards we advocate for ultimately support every employee and every student in this district. Public education is at a critical and uncertain juncture, requiring all of us to be partners in this work. Collaboration and trust are the foundation of any successful school district. I love my job. I love my Sparks High School family. I feel so grateful to be in a position of advocacy for kids in my care. Our educators also need advocacy in their corners, and I look forward to a good faith working relationship between our association and you all to build the schools our students deserve. Thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sessions.
Adrienne Connolly.
Welcome, Ms. Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Adrienne Conley. I'm a teacher in Washoe County. I've been a teacher for 23 years. I have a master's degree in education, and I have my national boards certification. I also am a parent of 2 children who graduated from Washoe County and a husband who graduated from Washoe County. So I stand before you not today, not just as a teacher and a mother, but as an advocate for educators, but also as someone who understands deeply the power and purpose of a strong union. My mother was a nurse, and I grew up watching while she stood hand in hand with her union sisters. It was the 80s, so only women were nurses back then. My husband served in law enforcement and was also a member of the police union and president of his union. I've seen firsthand how unions uplift workers, ensure safety, and fight for the dignity of professionals that serve in the public. That's why I not only joined the WEA when I became a teacher, I eventually became a representative for my school, and now I am on the board of the WEA. A strong teachers union doesn't just benefit teachers, it elevates the whole school district. It ensures we attract and retain passionate, high-quality educators. It advocates for manageable class sizes, fair wages, and professional development, all of which directly impact student outcomes. When teachers are respected, supported, and given a voice through collective bargaining, students thrive, communities thrive. Unions don't obstruct progress, they drive it. School districts should not only recognize the WEA's efforts, but actively support them. We are all working toward the same goal, a stronger, more equitable education system. That goal is only possible when we collaborate and not compete with one another. Supporting a strong teachers union is not a political stance, it's a moral one. It means standing up for educators, students, and the future of public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Shayna Johnson.
Welcome, Ms. Johnson.
So good evening, trustees and Superintendent Ernst. My name is Shanna Johnson. I'm a proud educator at Hidden Valley Elementary and a member of Washoe Education Association. In addition to teaching full-time, I serve as a building representative for my school. I'm a new board member of WEA and the chair for our WEA Community Schools Committee. At Hidden Valley, I meet monthly with my principal to problem solve and address site-based issues. I support my colleagues when they're overwhelmed, help them navigate policies or concerns, and work hard to ensure that our staff feels heard, respected, and supported. That's what the association is about. Showing up for one another, creating space for solutions, and making sure no one feels like they're facing challenges alone. Beyond my school site, I lead a group of passionate educators on our Community Schools Committee, teachers who give their time outside the classroom because they believe deeply in this district and its potential. Community schools are built around the idea that strong schools don't exist in isolation. They're the heartbeat of a strong community. This model brings together academics, family engagement, mental health supports, and partnerships to help remove barriers and set our students up for long-term success. This year, we secured a $20,000 grant through NEA, which we'll use next year, in partnership with the district's Family School Partnerships Department to offer parent leadership courses in at-risk schools. These courses will empower families to become stronger advocates and active partners in their children's education. Every part of that effort, the grant writing, the program planning, the relationship building, was done by full-time educators who also go home each night to take care of their own families. We do this work because it's not easy, but because it's easy, but it's because we care deeply about our students, our schools, and our community. That's what the association is. We don't just bargain contracts. We build relationships, we find solutions, and we do the quiet behind-the-scenes work to lift this district up. And that's why it's disheartening when some in the system don't recognize that value or question whether this work benefits everyone. We know it does because we see the impact every single day. As a district, we should be working harder now more than ever to support the educators and the associations who are driving this work forward. We're not your opposition, we're your partners. And when we come together with honesty, with trust, and with shared purpose, there's nothing we can't do for our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson?
Maxwell Gibson.
Welcome, Mr. Gibson.
Hello, Board. My name is Maxwell Gibson. I've taught both strategies and SIP for Washoe County School District for the past 6 years. Before that, I was a paraprofessional. These have historically been our hardest to fill positions. In my time as an educator, I've seen our district lose some of very talented educators and paraprofessionals in these classrooms. The mental toll that these positions in particular can take is extreme at times. These classrooms have some of our most vulnerable students that require the most care and supports, and if you look at the board, it consistently has these two programs on that. For many of those working in these classrooms, it's not just the stress of the job that they must deal with. The majority of our paraprofessionals in these classrooms have to work 2 or even 3 jobs. I can personally say mine in my classroom is working 2 jobs and looking for another. They are underpaid during breaks, or they are unpaid during breaks. So the WAs help these pairs by getting them much needed financial compensation in the form of MOUs. These MOUs kept many of our pairs in these hard to fill positions. Without them, they would most definitely have left. The time that these MOUs were paid out, not a lot of our staff knew how or even where this money was coming from. It was the tireless work of our union that got them this additional pay. I have personally seen paraprofessionals, teachers, and support staff on the brinks of losing their homes, cars, etc., and these MOUs were a vital source of income for them to keep these. The WEA has always made themselves available to answer questions for me as a rep when they have questions and do not know who to go to or ask for help. The support that the WEA gives goes beyond just providing support for issues in the schools. They make it a point to come to every school and meet with every employee that would care to meet them. They answer questions, provide food, supply positive culture for all of these schools. They not only show up for our community events, but put together events that bring staff and members of the communities together. It's also important to remind the board and everyone here that the WA and its members are the first to show up to all events, hearings, and legislation that benefits our students and schools. They show up, and they show up consistently to fight for better conditions for our staff and students. The WEA has always been a voice for the students and staff in Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been at the legislature, and I have seen all of you there.
Lindsay Lavley. Maggie Babb.
Welcome, Ms. Babb. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Ernst, and community members. My name is Maggie Babb. I'm a teacher in the Washoe County School District. I've been teaching for 10 years, and I'm also proud to serve as the elementary director for the Washoe Education Association. I want to take a moment to remind everyone of the work that the WEA does, and this is every day. And it's not just for certified staff, but for every employee in our schools. and the students that we all show up to serve. We advocate for every employee and every student. We're the ones advocating at the legislature, pushing for better working conditions, safer classrooms, and school cultures that actually retain staff. That's the work that we do, and we're not doing it behind closed doors, but we're doing it out in the open, consistently and unapologetically. WEA are the ones doing the work to move the district forward. When we fight for livable wages, when we stand up against toxic workplace environments, and when we show up for new teachers and veteran educators alike, that's not self-serving, that's leadership, and that's investment in the future of this school district. On a more personal note, being part of the WEA is honestly what has kept me in the teaching profession. When I felt burnt out, when I felt unseen, it's been this union that has reminded me why I do this work. It has given me a sense of purpose and of community, and most importantly, power. That's something every educator deserves to feel, and something that I feel far too many don't. I also recognize that there are individuals in this school district who don't share this view of the association, who dismiss or discredit the work that we do, and that's unfortunate. But it's not going to stop us, because we aren't here to win approval from a few folks in central office. We're here to advocate for our members and for the students who rely on us to show up every day and give our best. So while other debates are value, or we'll be out there proving it every day with action, not lip service. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sean Bryant.
Welcome, Mr. Bryant.
First time talking to you guys.
Well then, welcome.
Yeah. Oh. All right. My name's Sean Bryant. I'm a WA rep at Menai Middle School. And I'm just here to kind of talk about the WA. I've been in it since day one. Nobody had to tell me the advantages of collective bargaining. I kind of knew that from the start. But I wasn't a rep right away. Just been there about 2 years now. And my job basically goes over conflict resolution as a rep. Sometimes I talk to teachers and act as a middleman between them and admin when there's conflicts, when there's questions about contract, when there's questions about district policy that's getting rolled down the pipeline. Our job is to be there and help communicate that to our staff. And in the past few years, I've seen a huge surge in membership at my site specifically. And I think a lot of that has to do with our current leadership and direction in our association. And I think that those things are helpful to our staff. And I know that in some cases, some of the staff in the district may not view us the same way. But I know that the WA has helped me find my voice as an educator, and I believe that my job as a rep at my site is to help my staff find their voice as well, and I hope you guys see us that way too. We've come to the plate with good faith, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bryant.
Janet Sawyer.
Welcome, Ms. Sawyer. I see you back there in the corner. You take your time. You're the one that has to get through everybody on the chairs. It's okay. It doesn't count against your time. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Janet Sawyer. I work at Reed High School. I've been there for 18 years. I'm sorry I didn't come as prepared as everybody. I'm really just speaking from my heart. So one of the things that I've noticed from listening to everyone is the feelings of not feeling valued. And that's so important to all of us, not just teachers, but as teachers, we have to have that in order to teach most effectively to our students. So the WEA, I'm here to support them. And sorry, I teach in front of 180 kids. I don't know why it's hard to talk to you. We do want to see that the union has a lot of impact with you because they're helping us in order to feel that value. So I was thinking that when the pandemic hit, and before then, the public didn't really think too highly of teachers. We wanted summers off. We didn't want to work very hard. And then we had the pandemic, and all of a sudden we were heroes, right? And so we got that value that we kind of hoped that we would have. Well, and then that kind of waned, and it went back. And so when we went through the collective bargaining, we were able to get a very nice raise. Thank you. That was very helpful for us because it helped our feelings of being valued. So that's very important to us. So we would like to see that continued through the WEA. Another thing that I'd like to talk to you about is at the high school level, attendance is really suffering. And we used to have an attendance policy that had some teeth behind it, and there was consequences. We don't have that anymore. And so we would like to see that come back to give those high schoolers that incentive, that external incentive, because they just don't seem to want to do it on their own. So I would like for you guys to start thinking about bringing that back and helping us out in the high school. I can't teach them if they're not there. So, but yet I'm being held accountable for student performance of those students, and I would just like them to be there. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Melinda Bauer.
You got this. You got this, Ms. Bauer.
Good evening, Superintendent Ernst and board. My name is Melinda Bauer, and I'm a proud member of the WEA. I come before you not in opposition, but as a partner and an ally who shares your commitment to the success of every student and employee in our district. Although I've taught in Washoe County for 15 years, I only joined the WEA last year. For a long time, I wasn't sure that the union truly focused on supporting educators and students in the way that I had hoped. I often felt isolated, and I believed that the union's purpose was limited to legal support. I didn't need that. That perspective shifted when Kaylin Evans ran for a WEA president. For the first time, I saw a clear vision of a union that could be an active force for good when focused on elevating the day-to-day experiences of staff and students in Washoe County. I believe so strongly in that shift that I joined the union and became a site representative. In my role, I have seen firsthand how WA works to support the entirety of Washoe County School District. Our mission is grounded in advocacy, unity, and meaningful action. I've stood beside colleagues during difficult moments, navigating workplace challenges and offering support, but our impact goes well beyond individual cases. At my site, our union leadership meets with our principal each month to collaborate on initiatives that improve staff morale and school culture. We advocate for wellness resources for students and staff alike. We promote professional development and advocate for educators to have meaningful voices in the decisions that affect our students. We fight for educators to be supported and valued because when we feel supported, we thrive. And when educators thrive, our students thrive. Beyond our school campus, I've participated in legislative efforts to increase and protect public school funding, which last year translated to pay increases for teachers, keeping more teachers in the profession, thereby lowering class sizes for our students. I've spoken on bills that will improve working and learning conditions and promote policies that advance equity and inclusion across our district. We are the voice of our students and colleagues at the legislature. Please know that when WAA raises our voice, it's not to create division, but to drive progress. And I understand that it sometimes might feel like we're demanding more of the system of you, and we are. But that's because we believe that in this district, we believe in our educators, we believe in our students, and our collective potential. We know that meaningful change happens when we work together with honesty, mutual respect, and shared purpose. I am here because I am the union. We are the union, and we are the voices of our students and of our colleagues. So we look forward to a continued successful partnership now and in the future, just as we've had the last couple of years. It has been so wonderful seeing the work that we've done in the last 2 years that I've been part of this union and seeing the strides that we have taken in our district. So I'm really grateful, and thank you so much for the work that you do every day for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer. You did a great job.
Robert Munson.
Welcome, Mr. Munson.
I had good afternoon, but now it's good evening, so I'll try to be brief. Good evening, President Smith and Board of Trustees. My name is Robert Munson, and I am currently the Vice President of the Washoe Education Association. In addition, I've been teaching in this district for 27 years, and I love what I do. Today, I want to discuss teacher morale. District officials are sometimes surprised when they hear that teacher morale is low or declining. But this should not be a surprise. Relationships with employees and our employee unions have been fostered and nourished, and if they're not, they begin to erode. A key element to maintaining these strong relationships is treating our educators and our staff with respect as well as our professional associations, not simply trying to manage them. This means including educators in the decisions that impact them, which we see is not happening at a couple of our schools. An example, of course, is the recent erosion is the relationship of the staff at both Stead and Vaughn. Staff have been very excited to be going to a new facility. In fact, Worcester was told we would be getting one in 5 years, and I was excited as well. However, then they were told that they might not be a good fit and that they would have to reapply, or that they could always transfer. Well, teachers can always transfer. There is a transfer period. It is contractual. They can always apply for other positions. These are teachers that did not want to do that. They were excited to go to this new school with their students. But the message that is being sent to not only the teachers, to the principal as well, is that you might not be good enough. Let's be honest. We all know they still have jobs somewhere in the district. So why are we making them reapply for a job that they already have? Why are we treating them like this? These are just a couple of examples. But there's also the critical needs. I have been blessed the last 4 years to have a critical needs teacher as my co-teacher with my freshmen. It has been really, really helpful, especially when I've been out at the legislature to provide consistency for my students. And now my critical needs teachers are being told, you know what, maybe you don't matter quite as much as we thought you did. And I know several of them are not planning to return, which will be detrimental to our students. So as these relationships erode, let's be honest and have a discussion about how we can fix these cracks before the foundation begins to fall apart. The work isn't easy, but we can work together to do this. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you very much, and definitely good evening.
Gilbert Lenz.
Welcome, Mr. Lenz. I think you are our penultimate speaker.
Better make it good.
That's my 5-cent word of the night.
Now it is good evening. Good evening, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, Washoe County School Board. It's a pleasure to be here before you this evening after this really long day of teaching with no prep and then being here all evening. I'm sure we all feel the same way. I'm Gilbert Lenz. I teach agricultural welding in North Valleys High School. I come from a family of teachers. Both of my parents were teachers. My grandmother actually sat right there at the school board president's seat long ago, and so I always appreciate the work you do. I'm also a 25-year veteran of the Army National Guard, which I served with Colonel Phoenix there also, so it's good times. So throughout my career, I also serve on the Washoe Education Association board. I'm the treasurer. I got a little lost in my phone here. And I was just elected to be on the NSCA board of directors, so I'm pretty excited about being able to serve in those capacities as well. I was raised in the North Valleys, and listening to my colleagues from Stead Elementary School and Vaughn, I was heartbroken to hear their struggles over there at Stead Elementary School. These are the kind of things that happen when district leadership stops listening to the educators, to the teachers, to the union, to us. We can't afford to keep making decisions in the greenhouse without collaborating. We have to collaborate. We have to talk together. We can't just make unilateral decisions in a vacuum and think it's going to work out just fine. Listen to the professionals in the trenches. We're moving into a new lean era of budget cuts and reductions. And moving forward, we have to keep in the forefront of our minds that the teaching and learning occurs in the classroom. It occurs in the classroom. And if we're not collaborating with those people in the classroom, then we're not making decisions in a fair and honest fashion as a district. We can't afford to lose the progress we've made as an organization when it comes to empowering educators to be heard. Two other things I added on, and I got time. The previous speaker tonight was speaking about budget cuts in elementary schools, and they were trying to combine elementary schools to make big elementary schools to make them cheaper. I just would caution against that and make sure that we're really doing a good analysis on the right size for elementary schools and not making mega schools when it comes to elementary schools. Nobody wants to go to a mega school in 5th grade or 3rd grade. And lastly, we talked about bathrooms earlier. I was texting with my principal as you guys were talking about it. North Valley High School really needs those new bathrooms. So like, as soon as possible. So other than that, thank you for your time. Thank you for staying and listening to us. And thank you to all of you for being here for our students and for the future of Washoe County School District. Have a good night.
Thank you. And I'm honored to be sitting where your grandmother saw and have a school named after her.
Pablo Navaduran.
All right, Pablo, I think you're our new penultimate speaker. No? Oh, not. Oh, okay. You're the closer. You are the closer.
Here you go. Let's do the closing comments. So, my name is Paul Naturan. I'm live on near Will. I'm a supporter. So I'm going to be associated with Vaughn Middle School because the rehire one, it's really ridiculous. Because those staff, Vaughn and Stead, are working so hard to get a brand new school. One of them are created the design. Why do we hire and fire those teachers? Why? It doesn't make sense because those most of the teachers at Vaughn have an experience to handle students' behavior, matrix challenge. So what the new Vaughn teacher staff look like? I'm going to hire an inexperienced teacher with no handle of student behavior. We have a Smith risk going to a new Vaughn Middle School. We know we have a lot of gang members at Vaughn Middle School. Middle school is like, with no teacher experience, how do you go handle that? You know, with interventions, tier 2 intervention, how do you go handle that teacher with no experience at all? Like, how you go work to solve problem? You know, with Vaughn Middle School, because this staff at Vaughn creates something special. You know, I'm very excited for that, but that kind of breaks my heart. And I feel sorry for the staff going to Vaughn, not being tend to go to school. That is really shameful, guys. And also because when I read a Nevada Globe about substitute teacher being fired for something, they're doing something right thing because of student behavior. I know student behavior have major problem, but for that one, you know, for a teacher, like that make me scary because I was a substitute teacher. I used to be a substitute teacher at Huck High School because when a student behavior something happening, I call the office and the principal said, "You're no longer come to Huck High School. You're no longer fit here." You know, because I waited so long to going back to Huck until now. You know, I waited for Christian McInerney to accept the response, but nobody came. So guess what? I left. You know what? I'm no longer a Hawks fan because I'm a huge Huck High School Hawks fan. So over there, now I'm no longer because of dysfunctional leadership over there at Huck and with the substitute teachers. So I really think about it. So we think about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navaduran.
Kaylin Evans.
Okay, so Mr. Navaduran was the new penultimate speaker, and now you are ultimate speaker.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, my name's Kaylin Evans, and I'm the proud president of the Washoe Education Association. And I want to say that I just appreciate all of you and your attentiveness. I know it's been a long day, and let's be honest, like, these folks have families. They've been working all day. Like, I'm hoping I can get home before my kids fall asleep to tuck them in. They don't want to be here, but everybody in this building and everybody watching this should be proud, because at the end of the day, they're here because they care. And so you might not agree, folks might not agree with everything that was said, but the idea that we have folks who care so much about their students, a school site, and their district or their association, those are the types of employees that we want in our district. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you that came here today. Like, it's really inspiring to see folks who just care so much, and ultimately just know that you are seen, that like you are appreciated for the stuff that you guys do, and I know that the folks sitting in front of you truly do value all of the work that you guys do. And ultimately, what I try to tell people all the time is our organization is like, we're a community organization. And you might think of us as, oh, you know, you're a teachers union, but we just believe that the best way to support the community is through public education. And the best way to support public education is to make sure that the adults who have dedicated their lives to other people's children are properly supported and advocated for. And so in turn, that's how we build a strong community. And so we just want, you know, I appreciate, again, I don't want to pontificate too much, right, up here. And so I just appreciate everybody. I appreciate all of you for taking the time to listen. And I hope that we can continue to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Evans.
The board received emails from Amy Horvath, Katie Kerr, Tavia Williams, Jackie Swobe-Bornsom, Sherry Dunn, Tim Lewis, Janine Luciani, and Donna Jackie.
Thank you. All right, before we close item 601, having so many people that care is a wonderful situation to be in. And so thank you so much for everyone who took the time to be here tonight. We are always better when we hear from our teams. So thank you so, so much, truly. That closes item 6.01 and now brings me to item 6.02. The announcement of our next regular meeting will be on May 27th, 2025. And then that brings me to 6:03, adjournment at 7:54 p.m. Thank you very much.